Holy moly.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and it is June 3rd of 2026. Thank you for being here so early on. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Today, we're playing StarCraft with commentary, and if we get 669 likes on this video, I will host my own tournament on the public test realm patch. That was a dramatic one. Well, by the end of the stream, there we are. Better. Okay. The VOD. Well, we'll see. As we continue to enjoy the excitement of a new patch, and we also continue to find some of the less glamorous parts of it. But for the first time, we do have a tournament. Not the one that the first tournament was hosted. The finals of Solar versus Beyond. Though I have a sneaking suspicion that neither of them really changed their playstyle for the patch, as they were the two best players in the tournament by an order of magnitude, but still. So, after my first loss tonight, 1850 likes. I was here at 1750 likes. Was anyone here at 1650 likes? Thank you, Pandolfa, bringing us on a treasure train. This video brought to you by Protoss versus Protoss Inc. Do you like gambling? Well, try Protoss versus Protoss. Well, actually, ZVZ is super gambling now as well. But thank you, Pandolfo, gifting 10 subs to the people. 8 workers, ain't it? Yep. It ain't, but we are going to see how Solar handles it as he got to the finals against Beyond. And I might cast, I think I'm not going to cast in the official suit coat capacity, but instead we're going to actually break down the builds in a less entertainment, more edutainment sort of fashion. So, thank you for the generosity. But to summarize, my thoughts are, I'm very excited for the amount of interest. I think there are critical flaws that need to be addressed. There are significant flaws that should be addressed. And then there's stuff that's just pretty okay. The significant flaws are how Zerg gets screwed by 8 workers and how the Overlord is so slow it's actually useless. Thank you, the XBigXJ. I don't know what a treasure train is. Save 35% on 5 or more gift subs. Wait, can I gift subs? Oh, if we reach 35% off 5... Oh, so it's a discount. So if I get 35% off... So fun fact. I get 70% of the revenue from subs. If I get 35% off... I shouldn't say any of this out loud in case it works, but I seriously doubt it. There's no way this works. I'm just not going to say anything. And I'm not going to do so much that, gift them all. Gift to 123 of eligible live followers. Just going to check a couple things real quick. No problem. Don't worry about it. If you're on YouTube, you can join Twitch and maybe you'll get a free sub for now. But YouTube is usually superior for the... If you like to pretend to be ignored, but a higher video quality, you have YouTube. If you like to pretend to have a parasocial relationship, that's why Twitch was invented. So, I gotta check a few things here real quick when it comes to the out-of-game economy.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
Yeah. So generous. Wow, even I... So it used to be that the streamer would not progress the hype train or whatever because that seemed a little dumb. But then Twitch decided they like money, I guess. So there's that. Seems a little pay to win. You mean on this site that's owned by Amazon? Shh, don't tell the site that's owned by Google that I'm greedy. Like and subscribe. Speaking of corporate overlords, they're so slow now. That has to be... I need to know if that's a bug. Because I will quit Zerg forever if the Overlord stays like that. It's ridiculous. It's not like they were good before. Thank you, Super Drake, as well. When I worked at I found an infinite money glitch when I worked at Bed Bath & Beyond regarding how they used to ignore discount pricing on gift returns. Are you the ones on those coupon shows? Like, here, I've bought $1,712 of things, but with these coupons, it's actually 12 cents that you owe me. Maybe they're pushing Zerg to upgrade the Lords to not scout for free. Yeah, that's horrible. That is so horrible. If that's the case, they're pushing Zerg out of being able to scout ever. Overlord, you cannot spend 100 gas on scouting early, even if you know exactly what they're doing. Pig said it. Yes, this is what I'm working off of, is they didn't account for the fact that we're in real time. And I saw that from Pigs. They didn't account for the time change from Heart of the... The fact that we're just reverting things to Heart of the Swarm, like magically the worker count is lower, so everything will work like it did back in the day, is so unbelievably and excruciatingly naive that it makes me want to rip my eyeballs out. But that's not very good for the bottom line, so... Why don't we just go back to 6 workers with all the units and stuff we added in Legacy of the Void? It'll probably work fine. Like, Thank you, Smiler. Gifting 5 subs to the people. What could go wrong? Terrans are like, I don't see the problem. All my units are either the same or better. Like, what's your opinion on ZVZ openings on PTR? Do you prefer slot machines or blackjack? Because before, mirror matchups were a bit more like Texas Hold'em, where you could narrow down the potential. Now that the Overlords are so slow, that you cannot scout whether or not they went hatch first before you've already completely decided on your build. Before, the Overlord would get there before your pool finished, though not by much, and you could save larva, choose to build a spine, like... decide whether to invest in queens, etc. Now it doesn't get there until after you've already decided on those things. Even if you go pool first sometimes. Well, especially if you go pool first. Because the Overlord still takes the same fucking amount of time. So, we're back to the kind of triangle. And this is how it used to work somewhat, but it wasn't as bad because the Overlord relatively was fine. But let me get my... I'm going to put up... This is going to be a very technical graphic, so stay with me. We're gonna give you the ZVZ breakdown here. So here's how it works. ZVZ. Yeah, get it on the treasure train today. Oh wait, did we already end it? ZVZ on the new patch. Because you can't scout early, so you have early pool. Early pool. We're talking like 8 to 12 pool, which is before Ovi. All right. I know that it makes my brain hurt too much. I was trying to be kind of funny. It wasn't funny. I just hate it. Let me get my crayon out. There we go. That's more like it. ZVZ. So, you got early pool, which is 8 to 12, like before Overlord. So, you get a bunch of lings, you start running across, and then you have pool first. We'll call it Eco Pool. Alright? We're gonna put this in green. Eco Pool. Which is like 12 to 15 before hatch. Alright? You got it? And then you have hatch first, which is hatch first. So the way it works is early pool beats hatch first. Hatch first beats eco pool, and eco pool beats early pool. And the thing is, so before, overlords would give you some leeway on how to scout or how to respond. Like, it's always worked like this a little bit, but it's been a lot blurrier. But now, since you can't scout, this is the rotation. Hatch first beats eco pool, because by the time eco pool hits, you already have queens and lings. But early pool will hit before you have any units, and you have no time to prepare. So you just hope they really fuck up their micro against drones, but you're probably dead. Eco pool beats early pool, because by the time the lings get there, you already have a pool and lings, and potentially queens. So it's just, take your pick. I usually go with the eco pool, because, but I guess more accurately, like, early pool almost always beats hatch first. Eco pool almost always beats early pool. But hatch first doesn't really always beat eco pool, because the economies are close enough. Hatch first is still better, but there's still a lot of ambiguity. Like, it could turn into an advantage for hatch first. Like, it's not as decisive. So based on this, eco pool is the highest percentage play, but it's mostly a gamble. What's the secret sauce if you are Flash? Destroy your wrists in your teens, making your SCVs mine every 12 seconds. That's why Brood War is a more strategic game, because you have to spend half your time making sure your workers know how to mine minerals. Duh. There you go. There's your guide. Is there any point to drone scout? So, if you drone scout, to get across the map by the time it would be relevant, let's say you're going hatch first, you have to drone scout on like 11 or 12, which is almost 10% of your economy. Thus, defeating most of the advantage of going hatch first over eco pool. It's probably better, but I'm vetoing 3-player maps because the Overlord may never actually get anywhere. Then you lose another drone for your hatch? Yeah. Eco pool is good because you can use the same same build versus toss. It's not good, it's just the best in most cases. I'm actually going to focus on it, so I'm making an excuse for no commentary as opposed to just zoning out, unless I'm ranting, like I usually do.
We require more minerals.
We're trying a new thing. I'm going hatch first with no overlord. And a double extractor trick. Seems really bad, but...
We require more minerals.
So the issue here is you start banking larva.
We require more minerals.
Which is super inefficient.
Spawn more overlords.
We're gonna take this one. It's closer to where I want to jam the queen in. So notice, I've done almost the greediest build possible. Like hatch first, overlord, 3 more drones. My pool's going to finish and my overlord isn't even close enough to see zerglings coming out, let alone whether it went hatch first, like you see the creep. That is the struggle. Like, there could be zerglings about to hit my base, though they would have already hit.
More minerals.
I'll take you on pool first.
We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals.
Gotta pull back as soon as possible with the over.
Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords.
He doesn't have speed. He's mined 150 gas, but he didn't get speed yet.
Spawn more overlords. Metamorphosis complete.
What? He had a Ling in here.
Spawn more overlords.
How did he get one? That can't be the only one. Oh, the other one was at the watchtower.
We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Spawn more. Not enough energy.
I get +1 first. He's not upgrading yet, so.
Spawn not enough.
Simmer down, please.
Spawn more overlords.
Maybe not that much. He's getting speed in 1-1. But he only has 2 base, so just gotta sink everything into roaches now.
We require more minerals.
He's building them. Because upgrades you can cancel for full price, so...
We require more minerals.
There is a possibility you go, like, Spire, and then at the last second, you cancel your basic upgrades there. He has speed, though. He finished it.
We must spawn more overlords. So we must mutation complete. We require more minerals. Not enough.
Why is he, not attacking? Nidus?
We require
Oh, Swarm Host. Okay, so we just hit him in the face.
our forces. We require more minerals. So not enough. So more overlords. Mutation.
He's got ultras in there. Wild.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. The Hive Cluster is under attack. Mutation
He actually did get roach speed, though. I saw the actual number, so...
field.
Interesting. Wonder if Overlord before hatch is better. Was my hatch done significantly before the pool is the relevant part, because you have a lot less value then. Like, his lings are coming out as my pool is starting. If he had just done speed, I would have been 100% dead. Yeah, I think Overlord first. Like, Extractor Trick, Overlord, and then Hatch. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting there. And you need to build queens anyways. Like, you can't not build queens, so... When will the update might happen? Sometime between now and never. That's not being sarcastic. We have absolutely no information or timeline or transparency. Usually it's a few weeks, but there's almost no announcement, and there hasn't been for the last several. It could be tomorrow. Yeah. Like, it could be. Hopefully not, but... When does the season end? That is completely and utterly irrelevant. And hasn't mattered for anything for a long while. Maps change at random times, patches in the middle of the season, like, they are completely unrelated. It's been preset. The season is, I believe, 3 or 4 months long, and has been set, like, in stone, pretty much, for the last several years.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Yeah, ghost rushing at all times.
We require more minerals.
It's now a viable strat at all times instead of just most times. But don't worry, we got some cool new toys to play with as Zerg, like slower overlords and technically microbial shroud, which is the same. It's just slightly easier to get to, and also requires you to use infestor energy on not fungal. You can also load into overlords with a single key press, which is what every Zerg was clamoring for. Zerg, the race well known for quick pickups and constant dropship micro. Yeah, now with slower overlords, you can more reliably load your units into them because they don't move as fast. Well, technically, I wonder if dropper lords are actually relatively slower or not if they don't have speed done. Because, like, how the orbital, you know, I bet they still are. The orbital gives extra supply because apparently we just forgot to
We require more minerals.
change the supply count on the orbital to match the command center. So, I like this. It doesn't even really block anything. It's just kind of there. Yeah, Terran just gets 2 extra supply completely for free in the early game, which is fair and balanced. Because Terran is the hardest and requires the most skill. Duh. I'm not being sarcastic. Literally, it's a bug, and it affects every tournament. And it hasn't been fixed yet, so...
Metamorphosis complete.
Which is why I don't have a lot of trust in the hot fixing of the patch itself. If we can't fix, like, a... That is game-breaking, but, like... Especially when the entire point is the early game is more dynamic because there's more interaction. Except Terrans can build more units without having to get supply depots, which is not, like, a huge deal. But... It's not exactly giving a perfect impression of what the early game should look like. You can get an extra couple SCVs.
Not enough energy. Our forces are under attack.
There's a lair. Alright. 2 can do that.
We require more Vespine gas. The hive cluster is under attack.
What is that path?
Not enough energy.
Just a bunch of roach with speed. Okay.
We
Not as exciting, but
more Vespine gas. We require. We require more Vespine gas.
he actually backed off. He has 0/0, but and +1, so.
Unacceptable command. Unacceptable commands. Mutation. Our forces are under attack. 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 Mineral field diminished. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Roach. I'm comparing the early game builds. So I got... Wait, how is this hatch quicker than me? Did he go... Is this even better? Like, he went Overlord. I do have one more drone. I have 2 more drones, actually, with the extractor trick. A little earlier, but, like, do I actually have more minerals? I guess part of the... Also, he drone scouts, so that puts him behind. Yeah. His hatch is quicker. Like, if he has a quicker hatch and more drones, then it's just not better at all. It just makes me feel fancy without actually doing anything. There's just no advantage there then. It doesn't save you on larva. I guess the pool's a little quicker, but I'm actually a drone behind. Again, like, he drone scouted, so that delayed everything a little bit. Why is my mining so much more efficient? Well, okay, it's because he has 14 workers and I have 15 workers. It's not too complicated. Each worker mines very roughly 60 minerals a minute. It can be 10 on either side, depending on like, close patches are 60-ish. Far patches are like 55 to 60. Thank you, Dogumpt. It's not better. It's not better to go Overlord. Thank you, King Oniwam. And Doc for the subs. It's also the basement of the larva compared to minerals. The basement of the larva? Where is that where we're keeping them? The placement. Oh yeah, that is, well, that doesn't affect income. But it is a very slight change. Like, that's another, maybe one trip of mining. So, yes. Being on the base that the larva is facing away is also a little tiny vulnerability against early pool. Because your queen always pops out to the bottom of the hatch. So, there is a much greater chance of it getting caught by zerglings if you're on that side of the map. Not that it's a common sight, but... What rank are you? Nobody has a rank on the, Well, you do get ranks, it's just none of them matter on the public test realm. I have noticed, even when playing, like, a new account, which everyone has, most of my opponents are clearly of a, more experienced variety. Like, that last guy had 50 more APM than me, almost 300. Not that that's exactly a measure of effectiveness, just a measure of how sweaty. Yes, there are a whole heaping helping of diamond players at 300 APM and 4 screens per minute, but... I doubt Lifetime silver players are scrambling to get on the PTR. They might be scrambling in the sense of not knowing how to do it, but... So, you go to BattleNet, look at the little drop-down where it says StarCraft 2, there's another option. Public Destro.
We require more minerals. We require...
We're gonna try the double extractor.
Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals.
And then Overlord after hatch. Otherwise, there's no point. The entire point is to get larva quicker, even if it costs you a tiny bit of economy early.
We require more.
If I wanted to do a big all-in, then I would just go gas pool now, but I don't. So
We require more minerals.
now for something that's almost certainly not worth it, which is a second extractor trick. Eventually, I'll finish. We've got 4 extractor tricks so far. And counting. $140 pool. This one's real-ish. What is real? I thought, what was it, Lorimbo, who did an Evo chamber trick? Because he always had 2 gas. Alright, not always, but already had 2 gases at the time. Is it really worth losing minerals? So, if you're banking 3 larva, you're losing larva. Like, the potential of larva. So, you're weighing the cost of the extractor trick, which is a bit of mining time and a bit of minerals, against not having that larva useful. Like, that is a lot of lings there.
Minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Does he have a hatch?
We require more minerals. They hive.
He does not. He's gonna have speed.
We require.
We need to time this with the queen coming out. Oh wait, he's probably gonna have banelings. Ah, shit. Yeah. I'm gonna have speed soon enough. Could be banelings behind this. I mean, that works out for me.
Metamorphosis. Spawn more. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Did I not get any OVs? More extractor tricks. Extractor chit number 5, 6, and 7. Tell your kids. Should have made the Bane Nest as part of the wall off. Hmm.
Not enough energy. Spawn more. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Our forces are under attack.
There's the spire.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require
Getting OV speed for what it's worth.
our forces are under attack.
He did finish the spire and he is upgrading, so
We require
will be mutas.
complete. We require more minerals. We must place that on creep. We require not enough energy. Not enough energy. Metamorphosis complete. Spawn more. Intruder is under attack. minerals. Not enough energy. A creep tumor is under attack. We require more minerals. We require
Might be dead.
we require under attack. We require more minerals.
He did lose his critical mass of meters, though. So,
Mineral
not as bad as it seems.
dead. We must place that up.
Oh, shit.
Forces are under attack.
It's bad, though.
We require more. We require more Vespine gas.
Hive was optimistic. I wanted to try the Hydras directly. Hydras are not anti-air units. We've learned for the 74th time this career. They can hit air, but they're not anti-air. You really need Hive for Vipers. Now, what would have been better? Just Queens. Just Queens, so that way you can spend all your gas on pecking up. So he did. Queens are much better anti-air. So remember my graph. All right. That's... He does Overlord before pool. This is a 12 pool, which falls under the early pool umbrella. Though we did get an Overlord, so maybe it's a little bit in between. But he did well. The defining characteristic is less Overlord and more gas, but that's even splitting some hairs. I am gonna make it clear though, but if Overlord or gas, because, or I mean, 8 to 12 before OV or with gas / speed. Because Eco Pool does not go gas most of the time. Or at least not gas before hedge. No gas. You see, this is making it even easier to read, as you can tell. I hope that clears things up. Now, he should have done way more damage, I feel.
Queen's ready. Here comes a new challenger.
He didn't even go up the ramp. I think this is better with just circling speed. The Baneling Nest actually took his momentum. Well, he doesn't know what I'm doing, though, is the thing. Like, I could also be going full first speed. So, He's also in the, he's just gambling on it, as am I. I am not nearly in as comfortable a position. If I had canceled the hatch, I would have been way ahead. But he's at 25 drones. Yeah, I misjudged it hard. Why does he cancel that? Oh, he saw the Overseer, yeah. Okay, he canceled the spawns because the Overseer came in, and that gave away that I was going lair and not all inning. Well played. I don't really like the build, but it works against hatch first. I don't think I'm going to be stealing that one. We're going to try to make the mass extractor trick work a couple more times, but we'll see. Why is your Hydra so bright? I'm on the pro gamer settings, though not entirely, which is essentially super high contrast with poor lighting realism. So if I was going to make this the pro gamer settings, I would turn off effects and physics. But I'm not quite that, we don't bother. I'm not Overlord scouting past, like, the center line.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
We're just freestyling. I'm gonna see how the builds feel. But whatever I do, it's not gonna be your standard hatch first against Terran. We'll see. Something to throw him off. It'll throw me off too, but we'll see how it shakes out.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
I shouldn't have made the Langs. I wanted the Queen.
부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 오 나의 여왕님, 말랄 포켓.
I've not seen an Overlord. I have no idea what he's doing, but I'm pretty much waiting until the second Queen comes out.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 오, 나의 여왕님, 말랄 복귀. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 진화 완료. 에너지가 부족합니다. 이걸 못 보네요.
It's not enough Marines to tell me anything.
에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 에너지가 부족합니다.
It's just 2 medevacs with a bunch of Marines. Amazing.
힘들게 넓힌 장막을 또 넓혀야 합니다.
Does he not have Hellbats?
에너지가 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 가스는 점검. 오, 나의 여왕님, 말랄 복귀. 진화 완료. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업.
He has a third. Of course he does. One on the way.
아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지 업하고. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 그건 아니죠. 점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 그건 안 돼요. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 옆. 가스 에너지가 부족합니다. 있죠? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 이걸 못 보네요. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 창조적인 변이가 승리를 거둔다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 삭제합니다.
So I went for like the fastest possible mutas while still having Zergling speed. And I pretty much died to... Wow. It's not like he cut anything to do this. Like, I guess if I had gone gas earlier, I start the Spire at 5 minutes. He's already got medevacs coming out. Ugh. Like... I think it's just gotta be roaches. That's the only thing that defends against, like, early game. Roaches suck, but they suck less. Like, that's the only way to survive against the potential ghost pushes as well. Even though the ghost can snipe them, you gotta get enough roaches. Yeah, you can't really go queens against the ghost. Now, he didn't go ghost, but there's no way for me to scout that without going overlord speed, which costs as much as getting a lair pretty much, so... Why would I do that? So, I kill all the marines there, but he's up by 10 workers, he has all his production and double upgrades. I have mutas. The mutas, it ain't it. I don't care how much you buff mutas. The problem is by the time they can do anything, there's already a couple dozen marines ready. Like, mutas ain't it. Maybe later on, but not as like an opener. It's worse than it was. Just relatively, I think. Roach into Muta. Thing is, if you don't go Muta early, it feels really bad to go Muta as like a second tech, because you could just be going Hive, which is better. Like, if you don't go Mutas first, it feels like you unless you're doing some big tech switch against Mech or something, then the cost and time to go Mutas could just go into Infestors. So, which in almost all cases are better as like a follow-up. Because for the cut, let's say you get 10 Mutas, which is enough to actually be useful. Otherwise, like, why would you get 5 Mutas at 150 supply? That doesn't make any sense. That is 1150 in cost. Which you could get an Infestation Pit, a Hive, and like 4 Infestors for that. Which would you rather have? 10 Mutas at 150 supply? Or a Hive and 4 Infestors? I didn't do the exact math. You could probably get more, but...
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Spire should be hatch tech. Now that I'm thinking about it, the one thing I would like... Overseer hatch tech. Overseers can't hurt you. And they're not particularly fast without speed. They can be killed. But that would be the middle ground. To be able to actually scout. And have some basic detection against, like, banshees. Again, they don't actually shoot at you, overseers. Unlike oracles or ravens. They just look at you weird. But, and that would bring us back towards the Brood War of every overlord has detection, which I would kill for. I would give up the Spire entirely for every overlord to have detection. Like, yes, including late game. I feel like my win rate would still go up significantly if overlords were detected. With no air units for Zerg besides overlords. That's how much of a struggle detection is for Zerg, constantly. And scouting.
에너지가 부족합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 에너지 업하고 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 진화 완료. 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 오, 나의 여왕.
He's doing Zergling upgrades.
아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면
Interesting. I like it. Let's do it.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Gonna get melee attack to counteract the Carapace upgrade. Macro hedge.
에너지 업하고 파워 업.
I guess he could get a roach one, but
에너지 적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 에너지 업하고 파워.
he's gonna do more.
에너지가 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 오, 나의 여왕님, 말랄 포퀸. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 가스는 청.
I finished +1 melee, which counteracts the +1 carapace. And, well, helps a lot. Obviously. I didn't actually check his build. I should have. Well, we can check. Trying to see if the double extractor trick is. I don't think it is. He also did it. But then he builds an overlord, which I'm building the hatch before the overlord, but my pool was significantly delayed. Like, so he did overlord, hatch, pool with almost no drones in between. So I think mine is worse though. It's just worse. Like, well, no, it's not. How much quicker? 20. It's 3 seconds faster on the hatch. Thing is, I'm mining with drones for longer, so this comes down less to the opener and how many drones you make after the hatch. Like now I'm at 26, but he's actually ahead on drones. See, most of my success here is him being confused and then micro, but yeah, and then I go to 38, but the larva times out better, but I don't think it is better. There's no advantage besides like 2 larvae. I guess you have a little... 3 seconds on the hedge is not... Yeah, this comes down less to the build, and look at the money. He's at 1,000 minerals, he's going mass circling. Like... Obviously, not as a well-balanced economy. So, we're past the point of that mattering, but... So how about them changelings? What, the bug? The hilarious bug. Yes, hilarious that the biggest change to the game has literally game-breaking bugs for over a week of the testing. Fucking chortling over here. What do changelings do? So, in order to implement the changeling's death is contagious, apparently they now just do damage to everything nearby. It was probably supposed to be just to changelings, but somehow, I don't know. It's probably an attack that is 0 damage, but plus 10 versus specific units. I'm imagining. But, apparently it doesn't work like that. It just does 10 damage when it dies to everything. Which is kind of hilarious. So changelings become a very... You might be like, it's a budget baneling. Except you have to buy the Overseer, which is 2 banelings itself, so... But it certainly is something. I don't mind the changeling chain reaction death. The mass changeling style is hilarious, but also really dumb. I don't think it should be a regular occurrence, but... It is concerning that, like, the orbital giving 2 free supply and, the changelings exploding doing damage have been in for the PTR for a week. I know, it doesn't sound like that long, but usually the PTR is only a few weeks, and then we just have a patch for the next 8 months. And that's just what it is. So... They don't seem like they'd be hard to fix. Doesn't seem like it. Thus, the concern. Like, if we can't get these incredibly obvious bugs updated within, like, a week... Literally hundreds of thousands of people play this game. Now, to be fair, it's only like 150,000 in 1v1, but... Probably more, especially just in general in co-op. The Nexus is already done.
여왕이 생성되었습니다.
Did I make another OV? I feel like I can't build drones and also build queens. without constantly running into, well, being poor.
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다.
Speed takes 3 years to finish. Like, he just sits there. My speed isn't even slow.
오 나의 여왕님, My Life Pocket. 에너지가 부족합니다. 진화 완료. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 에너지
Now we just see if the oracle's out yet. You fucking kidding me, bro? Oracle is out by the time Speed is done. And he went Nexus. Like, before Core. Or at least almost immediately after.
에너지가 부족합니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 그거 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 에너지 업하고 파워 업.
It did not balance the economy well.
작업이 필수. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 에너지가 부족합니다. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 진화 완료. 에너지 업하고. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 여왕이 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 진화해요.
He has +1 done. So he's just ahead in probes. Like, he's at 24 probes. I did a hatch first. A greedy hatch first. I only made 2 lings. I delayed lings until the last sec. I'm down to 6 drones. But you can't not build lings against the adept. I guess you could and just hope that... Like, he hasn't killed a single drone, and I'm down 7. Yeah, could've... Because, you know, Protoss is the race designed to be the one you have to stop from getting a good economy early, or they snowball. Right. Get queens sooner? Now, how do you go through the process to get queens? Also, they cost 175 minerals. So, if you get a pull earlier and you get queens earlier, that means you have less money to build drones early. If you get it later, then you're kind of obligated to build lings. It wasn't the perfect build from me, obviously. But, like, I was never even going to be close economically. Okay, now this is the first game tonight that I felt just got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's see. Do we have... I have 0 ZVPs. Just my luck. The first tournament on the PTR. Not a single ZVP replay. Solar versus Beyond. I was hoping to see what Solar had. Solar is a more realistic player to copy than Cyril or like Shin. Solar plays like a person. Like, he's really good, but he makes a lot of mistakes that are relatable too, which people including me give him shit for, but he's still like arguably second best Zerg in the world. So well, let's just see what he's doing in ZVT then. I'm probably gonna cast this series for the next video, so spoilers, but let's be honest, we never go into this level of detail. Microing the drones. That drone doesn't work. Like, I've noticed this. They just bounce off. You see this? He did this patch. It's gonna bounce off soon enough, right? Look. See? I'm the one selecting it. Solar wasn't. It just, like... They don't stay. I don't know why. I've noticed that on the closest patch is maybe too close. I don't know why they don't stay. Because it's supposed to be timed out to the next one. The reason it's more efficient is because the mining. So he did... Okay, wait, I gotta go back. They see a drone on the patch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The timing is slightly off. It's actually a little bit too close, the patch, it seems. And it fucks up the drone's brain. So, it's 1312 Overlord. I'm actually gonna write this down, not that I'm gonna reference it, but for my brain head. He's really microing the drones too. I don't know if he did that in previous patches. He's gonna go for the hatch first. He's even doing acceleration micro. There's more time. This is what you get when you give pros another like minute before the game starts. Is now they're doing worker micro. Beyond, of course, is gonna go command center first because of course he fucking is. Like, so 15 hatch. $16, no gas. On the pool. Like, I'm assuming solar's worked out at least the basics. And then 16. So gas after pool. He's trying to maintain 16 drones, or as close as possible, on the main, which makes sense. That's max efficiency. You can go above it. It's just... that is, each drone adds one full drone more of mining. It gets progressively less up until 24. Because they start waiting around more for the patches. Overlord on 18, or... This is the awkward part, is like... Is he just not going to build an Overlord yet? Setting up camera locations. Okay, Overlord on 19, and then 2 queens. One set of links, 4. So he's building 4 links in case of Reaper. He'll move out with the links the moment he sees the command center. He's trying to move the... Oh my god, it takes so fucking long. One lane, I guess. Why is he... Okay, wait. Inject, pull down. And we've got I don't know if he would have gone for the 3rd hatch like this. Notice he has enough for speed in the bank and he's not getting it. Like, at least not before the hatch. Does he start speed? Yeah. I guess it times out near perfect. That was dumb. He didn't have enough for speed. He had the exact timing to have enough for speed or go for the hatch, and he went for the hatch first because command center first. If Beyond just makes a bunch of Marines and that's it the whole time, I'm going to be very upset and not surprised. And it'll probably work well. There is a factory and a reactor scouted, which is very important. I'm going to take away the production tab. That's the awkward part, is like I can't tell exactly what he's building, but I don't want to see what Beyond's building. If only there was a production tab. Honestly, I would love that for quality of life, and most pros would not, but like the AoE 2 production tab. Where you can see everything you're building, like including units. And potentially cancel from there. I know there are some custom games that have it as well, which is cool. It's been, like, it can be implemented. It's not, out of the question. It's just not part of the design. Oh, this might be where that Terran got it from. This is almost, well, it's not quite exactly, but it's a similar build to what I just died to a couple games ago. Going to be a bunch of Marines, a few Hellions, and very early medevacs. And I think Queens just defend this, but because Solar's so incredibly efficient. Oh my god. He's got that inject Queen key. He's not hotkeying his creep tumor, so I don't know if he knows about that yet. One of the most convenient things. It's gonna be hard to get out of the habit of constantly moving your camera. Well, I mean, you still have to move your camera. You can't do it on the minimap, but... So, how is he handling early scouting? He scouted command center first. He sent a ling in, and that's it. Everything else is just, we'll see what happens. Where are you going? You're not scared of this? No fear. Drone count is 45. Evo, 5 minutes. At this point, this is when I would usually move from supply timings to just vibes. And I don't mean like freestyling it, but 5 minutes-ish. Like Evo before Lair. No longer are we tied. Just, you might lose some lings. You might build a few extra drowns. At 50-something supply, you can no longer consistently say it's always going to be this supply, so.
A creature is under attack.
Does he get the double ups? There we are. For 6 minutes, no Lair. So I imagine that's next. Liberator. There's the Lair. He's got 58 drones. Beyond has 52 SCV, so it's not like he's slacking. So far, we've really opened up that early game diversity with both players going for like 3 hatch and command center first, and so far losing a grand total of 4 Zerglings in 6.5 minutes. Now, that counterattack looks good. Feel like it's not worth it to keep the... Yeah. Bane speed. Queuing up another counterattack. Hydras. So, yeah, it's the same. Like, this is gonna be... I'm not surprised having the pros do exactly the same thing they were doing before. And the thing is, like, this is why Beyond is the best SC Evo player. Or at least he was ranked #1. Because you could do pretty much the same build with slightly different units. And while it's kind of boring, it's also very effective. Beyond's using the hot... Wait, I want to actually check. We can check if Beyond's using the hot pickup button that we have now. I want to see. Because it looked like he did, but it may have just been a smooth one there. The question is whether he selected the Marines or not beforehand. That's the difference. Slowing it down. Like, if he just clicked the Medivacs and hit the button, then we know he's using it. Queuing up the attacks. Yep. He's loving it. That button was definitely a buff directly to Beyond and Clem. Like, did not select the... Before, you would have to select the Marines while the Medivacs were over top and then right-click on the Medivacs. That's how you do the hot pickup. That looks so smooth. But now you just press the button on the Medivacs. And they slurp them up. Which any race can do. And all races are completely equal and use dropships in the same way. So therefore, it's completely balanced. Right? There's no race that benefits more from having very precise dropship micro for significantly less cost. He retargeted the Baneling. I mean, he retargeted the Widowmine. And it paid off. It doesn't really help pros. Are you... Beyond just used it. He got like 2 or 3 extra Banelings because instead of having to select the Marines, he queued up the Marines and then only selected the Medivacs. He literally just used it to get more damage done more easily. Noob changes help pros too, indeed. Well, most of them. Right, this one definitely helps pros. It will help Protoss a lot. It'll help Zerg almost none. It'll help okay, without sarcasm, it is a huge buff to Terran. I've gone from it's a small buff to it's a huge buff. Like, it's so easy to use. I do love it, especially after using the old way for the whole time. It's so much better. It's incredibly convenient. And there's one race that benefits heavily from their dropships being significantly easier to micro. Did he run out of slots? They do have to be nearby. Okay, let's see. So you can, I think you could tell now because even with the right click, there's like usually a slight delay as each medevac has to load them up. But now it's instant on all nearby. It's just instant if they're nearby. And not all the Marines were quite in range, but... So, look at Beyond. Look at this box. That is what he's selecting. Instead of... So, at no point... I guess he had the Marines for a moment there, but then you see him going from medevacs to production to medevacs. As it opened up a little bit of an extra window. Though I'm not sure why he didn't get all of them here. I'm gonna try to see. It's hard to tell when he actually pressed the exact button. Well, I can see it. It should show up over here. So let's if you look very closely, you can see the split second they're pressing the buttons. Unfortunately, maybe he streamed it. I don't know. Beyond's been streaming lately. Move command. Well, that's a right click probably, but... I didn't see him click it. Oh, he went back for him. Oh, and then he did it again. Wait, did he select the Marines at all, or did he slurp? I wasn't paying attention. Comes back. Nope, he's slurping. Beyond's a slurper. No, this is the lowest speed because of weird quirks of the replay. You can't go below, like, 0.75, which is the normal speed of the game. I don't know why that's a quirk, but it is. Yeah, at no point does he select the Marines. He's slurping. Beyond's a slurper. So, let's put it this way. Beyond has not changed his strategy in, like, 15 years. It's been... a bunch of Marines into some splash damage with a bunch of medevac micro for his entire career. You can go find a game from 2011. So the fact that he's implementing this new feature immediately tells you that it's working for him. Like, he hasn't changed his build, but he's definitely using that mechanic. It's still Marines, mines, and medevacs and flinging them around everywhere, but...
Additional supply.
Why am I looking? I was trying to look at solar, but I got too caught up. I think you got it in good. Too much. I just don't enjoy it. Despite all this, as usual, Solar busy taking the punches, as he does. He's still ahead on supply. He's very good at mitigating losses. Oh my god, that's so many mines. But Beyond with pure mine against Mass Hydra. Well, not pure mine, Marines and mines. He's got it. Just full macro. Beyond went CC first. And it didn't work out for him. Unfortunately, this is absolutely a useless test of the early game, because Beyond didn't even build a fucking Reaper. I don't Like, he went Command Center first, which... I haven't seen a single Terran go CC first on the patch. Well, now I have, but... GG. Why are you on a barcode on the PG? I guess that makes some sense. All right. Well, full Hydra Link Bane does work out, no matter how slurpy they are. What are you gonna do? Punish it? No, Solar did what Zerg does best, which is expand aggressively. So, well, what Zerg should do best, at least. And Beyond, Solar knew what Beyond was gonna do. It's just a question of whether you can stop it efficiently. After the CC first, that is. The early game is, like, the exact details on the early game of what we're trying to work out here. I'm looking for inspiration. I'm looking for details. I'm just looking for direction. Because Solar is probably the best Zerg to copy in the world. Like, he's consistently not quite perfect, but he's consistent in that level. Like, he's almost always around the same level. Whereas Shin, for example, is... And then just don't even bother with Rogue. Rogue is Rogue. Serral is Serral. Raynor is Raynor. These are all, like, they're all very different and all very hard to copy for their own reasons. But Solar is probably the best. Like, Serral isn't bad either. It's just, he sets unrealistic expectations. Wait. Shit, I glossed over. We gotta care about the early game again. He did a 13 hatch. He did Extractor Trick 13. This is what I was... Well, I was testing the 14, but... He did the thing. Okay, now this is close attention. He has 3 larvae banked up, which feels really rough. This is a cheese, right? No. 3 larvae banked up is wasting larvae, but at the cost of having a quicker hatch. Which is good, potentially. What is slurping? Now, from henceforth, assuming we add the load nearby hotkey to medevacs and other dropships, I've called it slurping before, but really it was a more active process of taking the Marines and then putting them in the medevac. Now the medevac, literally you press a button and it slurps up the units underneath. The load nearby units key. It also works for Overlords and Warp Prisms, though I feel like you'll see it significantly less, but... So, in this case, it is now literally slurping instead of looking like slurping. So, it's... They're inside me. I don't... Jimmy, edit that out. Putting the suck in medevac. Where Reaper? There, Reaper.
Our drones are under attack.
So we got a pretty quick pull, too. I don't think he scouted far enough to see the CC. But he doesn't want to risk the Overlord dying to 1 Marine because it's so obscenely slow. He's got enough gas for speed. We going speed? Yeah. Oh, Beyond's doing the ghost build. Okay, I desperately want to see how this goes. This is more like it. All right, not CC first. What are you doing? So there's no chance to scout this beforehand. If you go Overlord speed, you are 100% dead. If you go Lair, I have no idea. He canceled speed to get a Lair, which is, I mean, you get all your money back. So again, like, Solar can't actually scout without spending gas, really. Not reliably. And if he spends gas, that makes all the rest of the tech way harder to... Oh, what? He sees a tech lab. He sees no upgrading. The Overlord's so fucking slow! And now he's supply blocked and can only build one Roach. But there's Roach speed, which should be a good answer, right? Yeah. But this should be good. Anyways, goodbye. Queen dead. And it's not bad against roaches. He just walks up and fucking kills. Solar's doing a 2-base. Well. Yeah. I guess I'll just fucking die. Alright, good to see Solar being a relatable player here. It's now 37 to 26 workers. Oh, there's more ghosts. And they're not even bad against the roaches, is the thing. Like, alright, looks like Solar's response... Unfortunately, Solar's response is very similar to my response, which is just fucking die. So, not exactly helpful, but at least I'm not too off base there, I guess. Does a ghost 1v1 a roach? A ghost has 7 range, a roach has 4. And especially off of creep without speed, the ghost is faster. Or it's similar, I'm not actually sure. Let me check. So a roach off of creep is 3.15. I assume, yeah, that's off of creep. It would show a bonus. And the ghost is, yeah, the ghost is faster than the roach with more range. I'm not even sure if it's faster on creep. So, it doesn't matter whether it wins 1v1, they can just run away. Until they have snipe and then one-shot the roaches. Or just kite it because the damage is so high now that it doesn't matter. Like, there's no scenario where the roach should be hitting the ghost. That's the problem right now. If they are, you've already fucked up as Terra. It's literally just faster with more range and plenty of damage. So we're trying a new one. He's going for the 15 hatch. Well, I guess he did that in the other game. I would love to see one replay of a Zerg dealing with the Ghost Rush without scouting it. Like, without getting an incredible break, either in scouting or just, like, the first attack. I have yet to see it. Like, I fucked it up as Terran, but then I walked my Ghost into the roaches instead of microing, like... And then, even then, it still does a lot of damage. Now, here's a crazy concept. What if to get your snipe ability, you required an armory? And why is it that the engineering bay gives infantry weapons upgrades and the armory gives mech? Hmm? Is the armory required? The armory is required for 2-2 and 3-3 on infantry. Yeah, NG Bay's more for the turrets and stuff, but don't let that get in the way of a fun narrative. Okay, so he sent this Overlord would 100% survive against one Marine. It would still probably die against 2 on the live server, but it would never even be this close. Yeah, well, loses that. But 2 Marines should take it out. I'm not gonna pretend like they wouldn't. He went Marine first instead of Reaper. So the issue now is, does Byung have a command center? Like, 2 Marines is not necessarily the extent of it. He's expecting him to have a command center, but is it even worth sending an Overlord? If they go Reaper, you should be safe. How many games of the patches Solar played at the time? This is the finals of the first PTR tournament, and he got through like 4 or 5 other rounds to get here. I think it was 4 rounds. He beat Percival in the series before this, so the answer is at least like 10. And he clearly has some builds particularly, like, related to the worker start. At least getting his hatch and stuff. Beyond had the experience, well, of the tournament, and then also getting dunked on by Cyril the very first day. But that isn't the most surprising thing ever. How much money for winning? Oh, this is a $400 weekly. Most of these weeklies are around $400 because the community eventually filled in a bunch of tournaments that were replacing the ESL cups when ESL lost their passion. So winner usually gets $200, which Beyond, Hero, and Clem really are farming. The players who probably least need to, but which is actually a real point of contention with a lot of kind of like the players in rank 20 to 50, because they win sometimes nothing in an entire month of playing, even if they get to like and then lose to Hero 2-1. You get nothing. You just spent, and that's why you see almost no Zergs in these tournaments, because there's only like 3 Zergs who have even a tiny chance of winning a series against Hero or Clem. So, one of them's right here. Oh god. The Banshee. Why was the Spore so late? But how would he know it's Banshee? Well, he didn't want to get the Spore earlier, but that cost him. We're going Mutas! Oh my god.
Our drones are under attack.
He has 60 drones. This is a great economy. This is about his... Does he have a Bane nest? Yes. Where's Bane speed, Solar? Solar? Where's Bane speed? Solar, where's Bane speed? There it is. So, he's got to move the queens back to deal with the banshees. He knows that medevacs are coming across soon. This is not a particularly quick spire. Oh. Oh, no. Well, there's the Wings and Banes. I think that was fine. Marines do so much damage. He's got the slurp ready. Oh my god, the targeting. Bit of a slurp. Honestly, it looked bad, but it was mostly superficial damage. Well, unless he loses the hatch. There goes a mute. So he went mutas at a relatively... it was a later timing, but he went mutas the moment he finished a lair. There's already plenty of Marines is the problem. Like... And he went Banshee first. The mutas are just way too late. Like, you can't go mutas as lair tech, I think is what we're learning here. It's just not gonna happen. It was Hellion Banshee. It wasn't even like a medevac opener. So... He just eats the Baneling. Mutas ain't it. Well, I have a clip. Solar explained it himself. Like, I was actually watching his stream. He streams and his English is pretty fluent as well. He sometimes acts as a translator for the Korean players. But, here's... So, here's Solar.
Well, playing in online tournament, like, I don't know, that right now for me, I'm not sure that works. Every time we see Classic, Max Specs, Clam, and who? A Hero. Every day, every week. We just... These online tournaments, like, just, it's like free giving money to these top 4 players. Still, yeah, these tournaments are really bad for me right now. Life is tough living as a StarCraft pro.
That is the arguable best Zerg in the world who's not Cyril. Anyways, let's see what he's got here. His opinion? Tournaments are just giving free money to the usual suspects. You might be like, well, why aren't Clem and Hero in the finals then? They did not play in this. Like I've mentioned, this is like the worst time to actually test a patch because there are 3 major tournaments on the old patch happening like in the next few weeks. Like Hero and Clem just played in the RSL finals like 2 days ago or something, maybe 3. There's Maestros of the Game. Does he stream on Twitch? Yeah, twitch.tv/SC2Solar. Maybe I should check if he... Maybe we check and see if he streamed this tournament. Because I'd actually like to see the perspective. Why doesn't he have past broadcasts on? He doesn't. You gotta catch it live. So he also streams on Soup Live. Cyril doesn't usually play in the weekly tournaments. Cyril's won $1.8 million on StarCraft 2. And is probably one of the few players with a personal sponsorship that gives him, like, a salary. So, let's say he won 2 online... Well, 1, a lot of his... As we saw, like, what was it? What tournament? Pigs tournament, I think? Where Cyril lost to Maru and Clem. And then he came on the final day, turned it around, and defeated Clem and Maru back to back with a completely different style. The more, especially for Zerg and at that level, like Cyril probably has the best argument for why show them your strategies. Also, it's just exhausting. I don't think he's a grinder. But not like Clem, not like MaxPax. Like, I don't think he just plays all day, all night. I think he actually thinks. If that makes sense. So, sitting around waiting to play in the finals of a tournament, like, when you play in these online tournaments, I show you the highlights, but it's a lot of hurry up and wait, especially for the top players. So, Beyond is letting the Overlord go to be sporting about it, which is nice of him. Like, this is... Beyond and Solar are grinders. They know each other so well. They're friends, probably, based on the banter. So, either way, $100 is not going to make a difference between them right now. But so he lets the Overlord go. Let's see. We can translate. Why is the Overlord so slow? This might be some of his first games. Overlord. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's the Korean word for Overlord. I don't think that's a right translation. Why would he just say Overlord twice? That doesn't make any sense. Unless he's making fun of it. He refuses to stream. I think he's contractually obligated by Basilisk to stream like 2 hours a month. He's been streaming lately. And I just want to point out the titles of his streams, by the way. The streams where he gets like constantly... I don't even think it's stream snipe, but he ends up playing against like MaxPax and Clem because who else is he going to play against on the ladder? But here we have Cyril's journey over the last month. Relaxing, enjoying, having a blast, unwinding. Now, if you remember me going through these streams, there are multiple times where he says, I hate this game and I'm trash, which is the Zerg experience. In fact, that's like more often than not is feeling like you're horrible because you lose one drone. I wish I only lost one drone. That'd be nice. Or sometimes it's just he moved his drones a little bit too far and it's inefficient, but... I'm gonna try to find... Let's see. If I can find Solar on... Soup Live. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Why don't we have sound in background? Why is every Korean streaming site questionable when you put it in English? There was Africa TV, which we have to explain is not Africa at all. Association of Free Broadcasters, apparently. And now it's Soup Live, S-O-O-P. Not like the drink food. I don't... I got it. I got it. We have Solar playing on the PTR. So I don't know if it's a tournament. It's not. Unfortunately, but maybe we check it out after. Here's the link to his stream. I'm putting it in the both chats. Like and subscribe. And MMA for some reason. I don't know. I don't, but there are broadcasts there. If you're interested. For some reason, probably doesn't have him on Twitch because I don't even know if he's partnered. I don't know if he's allowed to be partnered on Twitch when he's also streaming on the other one. Beyond's gonna go Mac. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying close attention here because Beyond he did the Ghost Rush. He just won the game. It wasn't even remotely close, and is just not gonna do it again, I guess. Like, he completely and like it was a total and utter bop. I guess to be more fair, these players are probably using this more as a testing ground, like an actual testing ground, than trying to get the free wins. But I'd like to test whether you can defend the Ghost all-in without cutting your economy to obscenely low levels so that it already did too much damage. I'd like to know. I say ghost all in, and what I mean is just making ghosts, because it's not all in. You'd still a 1 rack expand. You don't even need to all in. He's going Mutas. He's up against Mech, which is different. And Mutas against Cyclones can work. So, Cyclones cost as much gas as Mutas, which means even if they trade kind of poorly, it's a lot better than fighting Marines. So, we'll see. If you actually kill them. If you don't kill them, Cyclones counter Mutas harder, but at much greater cost. So, they're a lot riskier. Because Cyclones are hard-coded to attack air by default. So if they're like Mutas and Lings, and the Lings are ahead of the Mutas, they'll still lock on to the Mutas if they're within range. Which is convenient. So, the Mutas. Are there any turrets? No, this is by far the best possible case scenario. Select all army. He doesn't even have an NG bay. Wow. Well, there you go. Those Hellions jump scared me. We're on Solar's camera. I'm not... Well, Ling Bane. So Banelings are not light units. Feels like this is working. What are the workers at now? It's bad for Beyond. He just didn't have an NG bay and didn't think Mutas were a possibility, I guess. Like... So, Beyond should lose just to mass Muta from here, because he doesn't have... Usually with Hell Clones, you have a comparable economy. He has no economy, and his unit count is pretty low as well. And there aren't things like Widow Mines that really... are exponential sort of damage. The Cyclones are really good, but Solar has the economy now. He's at 75 drones.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
He's spent extra time setting up the surround. Look at him, he's just A-moving with the Mutas. trusting. Yeah, okay. Well. So, getting a bunch of mutas in against no turrets and mech works. It's good to know that's still possible. Alright, now the real test. I bet there'll be ghosts in this one. He did the ghost attack, and it just won the game. Like, it just straight up won the game. Beyond's like, alright. Knock that one out. Can't use that again. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna give them a second. They'll probably keep chatting for a while. Zerg needs a rest too. So I'm going work or rest. Something. Why is the Reaper coming so fast? It says solar. If your workers are resting. One coming out. Need to... Oh, I think they're cutting... They're talking about cutting workers, is me reading into the poor translation context. Like, if you're cutting workers, why is... How is the Reaper coming out so fast? Cutting workers. In order to get gas. So, I think Beyond trying to convince Solar that Terran taking a huge economic hit to get a quick Reaper. I doubt Solar's convinced. If I do it with Clem, 3 drones, I think. Even the Queen isn't out. Solar implying that Clem implying Clem is better, and the Reaper's so ridiculously quick. Or maybe it was Lings. I'm not sure. Lings or drones. Kind of ambiguous. The translation is definitely not correct, especially when it comes to StarCraft terms, I think. But it's getting close. And honestly, the exchange between Lings and Reaper is completely different, because you have so much. You have to buy so much time, or you have to go pull first. Solar goes pull first, and that way you have a queen by the time the Reaper gets there. Interesting. Discuss the 3 adepts warped into enemy base at 3 minutes. Yeah, I just stopped playing PvP. I won several games with it. You can defend it by hardwalling your base and building a zealot first if they're committed, but... So these guys are at, by the way, 500 APM. That's not including the words per minute. I'm waiting. The Queen is forced to go pool first. You need to go pool first to get a queen. Which is why he's able to defend the Reaper. So Solar seems to be pretty convinced on that.
Our forces are under
And then he finds the Lings. What app to use? It's Google Lens, and it's definitely not perfect. And I might be doing the thing of, having exactly the wrong amount of context, and it means exactly the... Instead of, like, needs to go pool first, it might be needs to not go pool first. But you know what? It's only slightly better than me making it up entirely, which is what I used to do, so... Ghost time! Okay, there we are. He's doing the ghost build, though it's significantly later here. Did he get a third CC? No. Is it significantly later? I don't know timings for anything anymore. Thank you, Crowdcore. 67 months. 74 months, actually. That's still in July. Now we'll see. I think the answer has to be Ling's and maybe Lingbane. Well, he's not going at the armory. I've seen the Hellbat version, which is probably more all-in, but even more dangerous. And then I've seen just the Hellions and the... Okay, where is it? You know it's behind. Surprise! Pop, pop. Wait, what? Kill the queen. Kill the... Okay. Singles early on the other side. So Solar's still up 10 workers. That wasn't enough. He did a very greedy... He's just building Lings now, but he's okay if he just keeps doing it. If he catches another ghost on the way across... Why is the ghost so strong? Beyond says, weaker than expected. Because of course he does. He says, so strong. He meant, and then weak, question mark. So, yeah, it seems like that's the, I may have mentioned this. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Or in my first cast of, the new patch, where I'm like... The changes to the Ghost, if you're Terran, obviously it's a nerf. Everyone else, we're not sure yet. So, glad to see Beyond following through. Yes, costing one more supply and having 25 less HP totally balances out doing uninterruptible snipes with more range and a lot more base damage. So, the one thing they're not as good against, relatively, are the things they were already good against before, which are Lings. Like, they used to have a bonus damage against light. Now they have the same damage against everything. But they didn't get an extra bonus against light. Actually, they did because it's bugged out with the upgrades, and they get an extra bonus with the upgrades, but I think that's a bug. It will probably stay, considering it's a Terran bug, but... like the Cyclone knock-on cooldown of a couple patches ago, but I digress. So, Lings are a pretty good counter if you can actually get this around. Because they have less HP, and they're the same level of strength against them. Now, the version I've seen have a lot of success. To be an apologist here, is the Medevac Hellbat version. And I think if he had gone Medevac Hellbat instead of just going for a bunch of Marines, then Solar, who was only on Lings and Queens, would have been in a troublesome position. But I don't think Beyond... Part of it is Beyond doesn't want to change up his builds very much. It's already a big deal. He did a different build. And two, if Solar had gone Banelings, then it might not be nearly as good. Like, just having 6 or so Banelings early, so... He didn't, but Beyond couldn't know that.
Mutation complete. Our forces are under
Give me the slurp. Oh my god. It's so smooth. Let's count how many times the Medivacs use the new load nearby ability versus Overlords. I'll tell you, this match is not a super short one, so we're just gonna see which race ends up using it. And, Solar's in a great spot.
Metamorphosis complete.
Now, we might for the first time get to see Microbial Shroud.
I'm under attack.
Or just late game against Ghosts. Beyond really loves that factory.
Under attack.
He loves the late game mech, like it's Brood War. Solar's still not hotkeying his creep tumors. I wonder when he'll start. That is a nice change that's specific to Zerg, obviously. Is the creep tumors, when you put them on a controller group, when you spread them, it spread, the active tumor becomes the one on the control group. You don't have to, before you would have had to reset it every time, which defeats most of the purpose. But Solar hasn't quite implemented that yet. I mean, he's at 500, 700 APM, and he's played for 15 years, so. It's less of a change for people like you. Though I think he could still get some use out of it. It's a lot easier to hotkey once and then just whip your mouse around rather than having to select and then select somewhere else to move the creep tumor, which is 2 steps with your mouse. Which is just harder than 1 step with the mouse. Just like the medevac pickup with is now 1 step instead of 2. He's building an Infestor and a Viper. One of each. He's at max supply. We'll see.
Our forces are under attack.
What? That's a weird creep. 2 Vipers, 1 Infestor. So Microbial Shroud is not an upgrade. It will have Microbial Shroud. Well, when it gets the energy. You still start with 75.
A creep tumor is under attack. Metamorphosis complete. Our forces are under attack.
That inject.
We must. Our forces are under attack.
So Hydraling Bane. We got here. Alright, it's... I would be hard pressed. If you started this game at the 7-minute mark, you'd be hard pressed to see a difference. Like... Get over here. Even including the ghost timing.
Mineral field depleted.
Once the ghost, well, the early timing got cleaned up, it's been... Now, it's gonna be very hard to tell how much is, pro players. It's working well enough. Maybe there's a better strat, technically. But this is the strat they've played for years upon years. And are very experienced at. So it's better to do the punch you've thrown 1,000 times than a new one that might be 10% better, but you haven't really played before. What are you doing, Solar? He killed the command center.
Mutation complete.
But at what cost? 9,100 versus 57. It's not as bad as it could be. He's still got a lot for it. So Ghost having 100 HP means Banelings are better relatively against them. If they can get close enough, obviously. That's always the struggle. He's got the lurkers already hugging the pre-existing. He just puts them into the night. Not even gonna bother. The lurkers, they're nidus creatures. Okay, they live by the nidus. They die by the nidus. Literally.
A creep tumor is under attack.
He's using it as part of the push, though.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral
The lurkers got a few. I don't know if there are any bug fixes. You can abduct tanks. You can abduct tanks. Solar. Solar. He might not remember. Can't we? What is this? Can't we kidnap the tank? He says. I like kidnap being the translation. Is this another bug that just doesn't work in the patch? Like, I heard there was a bug. Terran bugs. Orbitals have 2 extra supply. Ghosts get extra damage when you get upgrades versus light units. Zerg bugs. The abduct against siege tanks don't work. The Overlord is slower because the calculation's wrong. Technically, changelings do damage when they die, but I get it. So, if this patch goes live without fixing these things, like not being able to abduct siege tanks, when that is like one of the major changes, we desperately need to fix these things so we can actually play the game. Like, this is not the patch. If you can't abduct siege tanks, this is not the patch. Like, on top of the orbitals and everything, like, fungal. I do love the new EMP animation. The creep spread is insane. I feel like this colors... I was really looking forward to an actual finals, but if we're gonna play a late game and, like, the major change to the Viper just doesn't work, it's just not. Like, if he could abduct tanks, Solar might have already won the game. He's on 10 bases to 4. But... trying to... Blinding Cloud is more expensive and less effective. You don't kill the tank with Blinding Cloud. Okay, like... that's the issue.
The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
How is there a bug on that? How it... like, that seems like a core part of the pet. Maybe it couldn't abduct over a cliff? It definitely could. There was no way there was unpathable terrain there. That was the use case for abduct. Like, that was the scenario you would abduct unquestionably for both sides. Yes, we're just reverting Vipers to what they were. It isn't actually a buff. It's just a return to the strength.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
The ghost. Solar is on 4,000 minerals and 1,500 gas with 6K He's lost only 7,000 more resources, which is quite efficient for this stage of the game. Zerg, he could definitely say we're not using the fancy caster UI, so I can't see how much he's mined, but it's definitely more. It's probably at least twice as much. And will continue because he literally has like how many 10 hatches? 9. Oh my god. Beyond's like, oh, you can't abduct the tanks? I'll build 17 more. He was already going mass tank. But maybe he knew about that bug and was going to see if Solar figured it out. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he wasn't factoring that in. It's just a happy little accident. But how many resources? We've moved from... So all expansions, not just the main, to my understanding, now have 11,200 minerals, like default basis, and 5,000 gas, which is up from 10,800 and 4,500. The small patches, I'm actually just going to check. Like, the small patches now have 1,200 instead of 800. Large patches have 1,600 instead of 1,800. So you can mine efficiently for longer, as Solar is demonstrating here. Though he has less minerals because mules, but either way. So technically 400 more per base in minerals and 500 more gas. Why are those even fixed values? It's that because that's how it is. Don't worry, Beyond only has like 7 more command centers he can land over there. He has 11 orbital commands. Which is providing 22 extra supply. You're like, now, I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, what, isn't it better to go for X, Y, or Z unit composition? No, because ghosts exist. If you have a much higher economy and they're limited to one base, Hydraling Bane is almost always best because ghosts are less efficient against them because they're most efficient against big, strong units that they can snipe. So, this is... It's not efficient, but it's best case scenario. So, the problem with going Broodlords is Broodlords are fucking slow and expensive. And if you ever lose them, then you've lost all of your momentum. Ultras are definitely not going to happen against mass siege tank ghosts, obviously. But he already has a Greater Spire and he's been getting flyer upgrades. So Solar's building up for the... Eventually, when the map is mining out for both sides, you go Broodlords before they can actually build up a transition to counter. That's usually what they're used for, unless you're Cyril and have perfect micro. And I think Solar's building towards that. It's just, he's getting less and less done with each of these attacks. How many ghosts? 7 ghosts, 11 tanks. Hellbats mixed in. There's still a bunch of lurkers in the Nidus that I think he forgot about. How many lurkers are in the Nidus? Just 4. Which is not great, but not terrible. And then... He remembers the Nidus exists. That no abduct on the tanks feels like a really big deal, though. He's freeing up supply for broods? Sure. That's what we'll say. happy little accident. All right, 5 corruptors.
Our forces are under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Mutation.
No, he's gonna get the thing is, he doesn't have the money now.
Our forces are under attack.
He's lost 17,000 more now. And he just lost 2-3 bases. He still has more income by a lot, because he's mined out of everything, right? Besides that new base. All the minerals are gone. But Solar was unable to completely deny that last base, so... Oh my, the Hellbats. I don't think Blinding Cloud on Hell... That was spiteful right there. There's no point in using Blinding Cloud on Hellbats. Like, especially if there's no... It doesn't do... Like... Yeah, there's no point in that. There's Thor's on the way, as he's anticipating exactly this. Also, he has 11 orbital commands, so he can just scan the entire map. So, you're not going to hide anything. What? Is this not PTR? Why does he have to research Microbial Shroud? Wait. No. That's bug 2. So, it already exists. So, there's a bug where you can still pay for it, but your infestors have it. So, Solar probably just clicked on the infestation pit without realizing it. For some reason, you can still buy it on the infestation pit, even though the infestors have it by default. So, you get the feeling of pride and accomplishment of paying for something you already have. It's a bug? Yeah, add it to the list. So, Abduct doesn't work against siege tanks. Microbial Shroud still shows up in the infestation pit. Overlords are too slow. But technically, I guess Banelings do a weird amount of splash damage, I guess. Not Banelings, Changelings. If you can somehow... That's a bug in their favor?
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know. I'm getting real disillusioned with actually using the patch as a... Or Public Test Realm as a baseline for anything now. These are pretty... This combined with orbitals providing 2 extra supply, like, it does not feel like a fair representation for either side to really test anything. They seem like well, the Abduct on siege tanks is not small. That is not a small issue. Okay, so the Broodlords, you can no longer interrupt snipe with Fungal. But, of course, it helps you kill them. You can interrupt them by killing them. Which was always an option, I guess. So slow. There's fungals. So here's the problem. He threw out a fungal. He has 75 energy, but like, what are you gonna use Microbial Shroud? You need fungal. You need 100 energy for Microbial Shroud, which is the amount that EMP hits for. So if you use, you need 175 energy, which is several minutes of sitting around to have enough for both. That's why it being on the Infestor has always felt like... Because the Infestor has no way to gain energy quicker. It's not the Defiler, alright? Like, the equivalent with Darkswarm, the Defiler can eat Zerglings to get energy. Obviously, the Viper has that. So that's why Microbial Shroud being on the Infestor is so awkward. Because Fungal's always needed. Like, you always want another Fungal. He'll use Microbial Shroud here. Okay, but... Okay. It was not ideal use case. Putting it on the tanks doesn't seem like it's gonna do anything. But ever since we started trying to make Microbial Shroud a thing, I've questioned how the Infester's ever supposed to have energy to use it, like, realistically. Because you always want to fungal. Is the Infester water balloon working? It is, but it's 6 range, which is less range than the Ghost auto attack. And it's also like 4 less range than EMP, so... Solar is just making... Well, the Infestors are not getting close to attack.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
That's a really rude Beyond. He's trying to land on that other base. Sir, can I park here? Apparently, yes. If you always want to fungal 1 more energy, you need more fungal and still no Microbial Shroud. Now you're getting it. Now that's the dilemma. And the thing is, having 20 Infestors is not like a big increase to your fighting strength to have the energy. Whereas having 20 ghosts, let's be fair, they cost 3 supply. Having 12 ghosts is a pretty big increase to your fighting strength, even if you never cast a spell. Like, and that's the issue with the Zerg late game is you get 2. So we saw earlier this game, you get 200 supply. It's not enough. And by the time you actually get towards the late game, it's everything you want is too expensive. If Abducted worked on siege tanks, though, I think Solar wins this game well before this point. To be, I guess, a little fair to both sides, like, he had it with Abduct on siege tanks. Oh my god. No, just make Abduct work on siege tanks. Like it's supposed to. That's the... Like, if it does, and he's able to start dismantling the defense, then we can, like, it's doing a disservice to Terrans as well. That's how we gotta sell it, alright? We gotta say, this is actually a disservice to Terrans. Terrans are getting screwed right now. The Terrans are the ones who suffer the most. The Terrans, the most intelligent, handsome, skilled players, are the ones who are suffering. Because right now, they are unable to correctly assess the situation. Without the ability for Vipers to abduct siege tanks, which ostensibly we're going to let them do, we cannot easily tell whether these unit compositions are as effective as they should be. So therefore, Terran should be more upset than anyone else that Vipers in the PTR right now cannot abduct siege tanks, because that is... because only Terrans have to think about their builds and their micro. No other race does. So, Terrans are not getting the time they need to actually work out how to play the new late game. So, therefore, let's please fix this. So that way... So yeah, this is the moment, like... Beyond has no bank. Solar has all of the bank. Though his ranged attack upgrades are actually really slow. Blinding Cloud. I think that was out of reflex, was the Blinding Cloud, instead of thinking about Abduct. This is so bad. You did not need to go that far, but... So it's right here. where we get the unfair assessment for the Terrans. Where these two tanks, there's absolutely... Well, no, he's in the right. There's no reason he shouldn't have been able to abduct those tanks. Like, it's in range. There's plenty of space on the ground here. And even if you're, like, over the edge, then it just abducts to the nearest area. Kidnaps. Like... 27 kills and 16 kills. 19, 28, like... And this tank kills the... If this tank gets abducted, this Nidus finishes. I didn't even notice this one because it just kind of died. If this tank gets abducted at the start of the fight, this Nidus finishes, he gets lurkers in the natural. But instead, it doesn't. He loses the fight and the Nidus. And immediately, well, the fuck, bro, is the comment. That was just bad play. That was not... This was not a bad fight if you have abduct. It was a bad fight if you don't. But there is no good fight for Zerg. It's just bad and worse. If you keep hammering this base, he has 4 mining bases to 2. And draining quickly. So he can spend 4 bases of income on denying this base. Except eventually he can't. Because... he just can't. Yeah, and the fights go worse, I think, because... Especially that one, because he was probably mashing the button trying to see if he got the right hotkey. Like, it's like, this is supposed to work. I'm gonna test it in the unit tester and see if it was some particular thing, or if all the bugs get fixed. What is your 1-sentence opinion? I don't trust any patch where it takes weeks to fix bugs like this. That's my opinion. That is the major concern with the changes, is that the changes aren't even in the game, so they're just kind of an idea, man.
In the rear with the gear.
Oh, it just doesn't work. Just says no. Feels like a pretty big one. But why? It just didn't get changed, I guess? But it's the moment it starts sieging, too. I mean, that's how it's been since it was added, but, like, the moment it starts sieging, it becomes invulnerable. Not after it finishes the animation. Like... Are they heroic when sieged? Maybe, like, behind the scenes, but... There's no QA. We're the QA. Now the only question is how much of it actually gets fixed before pushing it to live. Like, if we push it to live and fix these bugs without any further testing, I am scared and wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Like, the bugs will get fixed, and we're just not going to have any games testing it before that. Like, because, like, that was not a demonstration of Zerg versus Terran late game, which should be very different. It's similar, but very different with the Ghosts and the Abduct and Microbial Shroud. But only one of those was implemented. Of course, it was the Ghost. Yeah, for some reason on the PTR, just the Abduct doesn't work. Which Solar learned in the worst possible time. Solar, spoilers, Solar loses 3-2 in that series, in case you weren't keeping track. Like, I don't think he cares as much about the actual, like, tournament as the frustration with it. Like, I guess technically it doesn't say that orbital supply isn't increased. Do you understand this isn't released publicly? If this isn't released publicly, explain to me what public test realm means. Please explain. The term public test realm is what is used, literally, like, test. Yes, but public test. The word test, we're just going to ignore the word public. All right, words don't mean things anymore. Words only mean things when they agree with me. Other words are dumb and sad and low energy. Like vipers when they can't abduct. Yeah. Yes, so beta testing. Yep. But so the beta testing, in my opinion, should be how do these interactions work? Not are they in the game? Like, if we're gonna have tournaments, we can't really draw any conclusions if some of the key points are not in the game. How did the testing team miss? It, like, this seems like a pretty big one to miss. Is can you abduct siege tanks? Yes or no? I get, like, maybe there's some edge cases or it's like a weird... The thing is, and it's not a new thing, Vipers a year ago could abduct siege tanks. It's not like it's a new thing. All we have to do is go back to the Viper before the last patch. It's not like a new mechanic. The tank change is huge. It's literally the only change to the Viper and the siege tank. It is the only difference in their interactions now. There aren't that many actual listed changes. There's a lot of bug fixes, but this is not a bug fix. Like, there's really... In Zerg versus Terran, only, like, 4 or 5 units are changed directly. And all of them have bugs. Besides the Ghost. The Ghost works as advertised. Okay, the Muta seems to work fine. But the Infestor Microbial Shroud still shows as research on the Infestation Pit. Which Solar researched even though he already had it on the Infestors because for some reason it wasn't removed. Vipers cannot abduct siege tanks. Overlord speed, that is way too slow. It's clearly the wrong calculation. It's using the wrong speed calculation. It is not reverting it, it's actually nerfing it even further than Wings of Liberty. Overseer Changelings explode like a mini Baidling when they die. Which is probably not intentional either. But the Muta works. So every single unit but the Muta has a bug here. Well, the Spore Crawler seems to be fine. I haven't tested the creep spread recede rate. Well, also the command center is bugged in that the command center provides reduced supply, but the orbital command provides more, which it shouldn't. The orbital command should not be giving supply. It's just clearly the command center. I'm just going to write it down. I don't know. I think Pig has one, but I'm just going to add to it. All right. I'm just going to also do it independently. The bugs that I've found. / saw dramatically. And this is like over a week into the PTR. We have just going through. The starting worker count seems to work. Zerg. All right. These are maybe bugs. I don't know. Let me test the changeling bug. See if it's still... I haven't personally tested it. I've just seen it. I thought it would be fixed in like a day, but... Roach, oh yeah, Roach Burrow stacks. Roach.
행운을 빕니다.
Which I don't even think is a buff. Like, it's just like a weird quirk. Let's test it on a bunch of probes here. Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
Orders. Yours. Orders. Yours.
Let's see. So this should be enough to kill a probe. 4 changelings. Maybe it doesn't do quite enough. Well, yeah, that's... Wait, does it work if you just fly straight over? Because they're technically not changelings yet. But let's add some space in between the probes so there's space here. Wait, no. Why would they be destroyed, though? That wouldn't make sense. Anyways, so that's... probably not. Why am I typing like it's a clickbait title? All right. The Overlord is just like, there's no way that's right. That can't be right. Technically it's the right number, but like according to the notes, but it can't be right. Like Did it do damage? Wait, does it do damage to air? Sorry, let me, Yeah, why are the overseers damaged? Wait a second. Can I attack my own changeling? You can't kill your own changelings? Why does it need to do damage to air? No matter what the implementation, like... But I can't even... Air and ground. That's how you kill Sky Toss. Apparently. All right. Bring the ghosts out. So we're gonna snipe. And then... Okay, it does interrupt. So it's just damage that doesn't interrupt any longer. That's what I said. So we have 20 damage here. Let's give +3 weapons. The ghost, it's extra upgrade damage versus light. Even though it's supposed to just be flat. So it still has the bonus in there somewhere, and that's not listed. You might be like, well, that's part of the... It is not mentioned in the patch notes that they get extra versus light with upgrades. Please not report changeling damage. I didn't make a video on it because I thought it would be fixed in the first day. I saw Loco just did a video, like... but... And so this one is legitimately not really a bug necessarily, but just another note is Marines and Marauders are on the same control group with the new subgroup priorities, which means, okay, bring the Marauders in. Like, let's say what a lot of players will do, well, one, look at this shit. Two, what a lot of players would do, myself included, is say there's a bunch of banelings. You A-click and then control-click the Marines and bring them back. You can't do that because they're considered the same unit. Also, this looks super dumb. They added them together. Well, I'm considering it a bug because it's clearly... I wouldn't be surprised if Clem is raging. Like, well, that's just baseline, but... I think it's working kind of as intended, but it shouldn't be like that. Like, That is a nerf to Protoss at the higher level, I feel. I mean, not to Protoss. To Terran. Maybe not for noobs, who are probably not doing that, but... Now, I haven't tested a bunch of the warp gate stuff. It seems to mostly work. Wait. Does the Nexus... Wait. Let me look at the math here. I need to go to another map. Like a real map.
행운을 빕니다.
I mean, maybe that's intentional, but it all... Okay, so it said 13 on the Nexus, right? Does that what does that number say in the top right corner? Does that say 13? So Terran gets +2 supply for free. Zerg gets overlords that are sniped super easily, and Protoss gets less supply. This is not a balanced test anymore. It is a bug test. Like... How is that wrong? I'm wondering, like, what implementation makes that wrong? It's so weird. Like, I get the orbital command one, but why is the Nexus just wrong? Like, the orbital command kind of makes sense because it's a different thing, but... Transform to warp gate, like... I guess I'm gonna play through. I think I need to play, like, on a real map to test. That's where the micro comes in. You gotta micro the Marauders to tank versus the Banelings, which you could do with the command card before. Let's not pretend like... So that's one that affects the micro ability and skill expression of Terran, so I expect that one will be fixed. If you build a second Nexus, okay. So we're at 14 out of 20. I will build another pylon. Pylons work. Or they seem to. There's just... So... No, this is a bug. So, because the button for researching Warp Gate takes the hotkey, it doesn't transfer it to the switch to Warp Gate hotkey. There's only one. There's only the one for Warp Gates themselves. And that's been continually annoying me because I've just been clicking the button because the hotkey just doesn't work. Gonna try it again. Because... This is usually where the trend, like, switch to warp gate button is, but it's now the research warp gate button, and there's no... Maybe I could find it. I'm gonna test and see if it's in the hotkeys, like, overall. We'll test that after, remind me, if I can find it in documents. You shouldn't have to, obviously, but... Alright. Nexus of Truth. So the problem is, the changes, I can't understate how important that the supply changes are. It's 12. Like, it's just one supply. It's just one overload. The fact that Terran just gets +2 supply, again, Terrans are not, they're getting the short end of the stick. They're not getting a realistic test of what the patch is changing. So Terrans and getting a free +2 supply with every orbital command versus Zerg who have overlords that can't scout and Protoss who have one less supply per nexus, including the first one. Like, this is not the correct demonstration of the early game. Yeah, the hotkey doesn't work. So we can transform to Warp Gate. We're gonna do a test here. Alright. So a Zealot takes 18 seconds. We're gonna start a Zealot.
We are the blades of light for iron.
I warped one in and queued one up at the same time. We can compare. So the Zealot comes out. The thing is, there's only 3-4 second difference. So by the time... I should add a pylon down here. So the difference... That's the problem. Is... The amount of time I save is the time it takes to walk down the ramp to where you would usually warp in. Like, that's it. So, the benefits... Now, I stand by the major issue is the warp prism itself. Like, this is just putting a... this is just gentrifying Warp Gate. Warp Gate is still amazing. In fact, it's arguably better because of a faster warp in. And the issue of a warp prism flying in and ending the game still exists. So it's a big nerf, but it's not a nerf to the, like, it doesn't change once you get to the mid game. And I guess it does change the early game, but it's still gonna be Terrans and to an extent Zergs just trying to defend against endless charge lots coming from everywhere. And 3-second warp in, which is 0.6. Well, one, you can put, you just need pylons. You don't even need warp prisms for most stuff anymore. It's all pylons. So you can just slap pylons down all over the place. You no longer need, it's a big buff in functionality. I do think it's too costly, but there was a reason we had the slow warp.
By your will. Antara Tassadar.
So I don't know of any other bugs for Protoss besides all the hotkey stuff and like the questionability of Warp Gate itself. But they're just too tiny one. Well, just one really, but so these are problematic. Like the Overlord being too slow, Orbital giving +2 supply, and Nexus having one less. Like, this is not a test of the early game. The public test realm is not testing. Now, any tournament is going to have to be taken with massive grains of salt, like Solar in the last game when he couldn't abduct siege tanks. So I hope we can fix these yesterday, but any time would be great. Like, anyone got major ones that they've noticed or seen? This is the list for me, and I've played all 3 races a decent amount now.
We stand as one. My life for Iron.
Do planetaries have the same issue? Oh, that's a good point. Wish we had the infinite. Does base StarCraft 2 have cheat codes for infinite resource?
행운을 빕니다.
I don't know if you can do them on multiplayer maps. Not in customs, yeah.
부족합니다.
Big job. SCV ready. Go ahead. Huh? What's going on? Yo,
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시켜요?
Roger. What's going on?
Also, there's an... I don't know if this issue was happening before. And I just didn't care enough or notice. But workers do not consistently stay on the close patches with worker pairing. I saw Solar struggling against it too. Like,
SCV ready.
seems like the timing's a little off. That might just be the case on some maps, and I wasn't noticing before though. Like, let's not necessarily say that's new.
SCV ready. In the rear. Bad news.
They're working now. There's not a good demonstration.
Big job, huh?
Hmm?
Yep.
See, I think this patch is just a little bit closer. Like, so this one is getting back right at the end of the animation. Yeah.
Huh?
Like, these ones are slightly further away, so... But this one is slightly closer, which is good and bad. So, it's bouncing the SCV off. The planetary doesn't have the issue. Well, the orbital has the issue the moment it finishes.
You scared me.
I'm gonna get another command center, and then we're gonna get...
Job, huh?
I mean, the moment it starts, rather.
Overtime.
사령부.
In the rear with the gear.
I'm reformatting my, so I can fit it all on one page. So, 34. It doesn't matter the actual number here. Which was the correct number, though, right? It's supposed to provide 13 supply. Yeah. So it went from 21 to 34. And then... you don't even have to finish it. It's the moment you press the button, which is what screws up all the early game builds. Honestly, Terran is getting screwed because your builds are wrong because you shouldn't be getting that 2 supply. It means you don't have to build your second depot for a lot longer. Because you're not even building SCVs while the orbital is building. So the window to build everything else is much higher. Alright. Yeah, get it all on one page. Still don't like the formatting, whatever. Here you go. Honestly, I think these have to be bugs. I'm putting them under bugs. All right. And here's a screenshot to be shared wherever is relevant. You can find it in the announcements section of Discord. All right. With that said, let's go play with the weights on if we're not playing Terran. So there's a reason Terran feels so strong in the early game. It's because it's literally too strong, even according to the patch notes. Against both Zerg and Protoss. And, I mean, just against Terran, I guess, technically, but... It doesn't... And if it doesn't, like, if 2 supply doesn't seem like a lot, then you're not good enough, is the summary. And the timing of the 2 supply is so important on top of it. Like, it's not even when the orbital's done, it's when it starts. Like... Two supplies, like... The most important thing I've found is that now you can just get your second base and you can get your factory and you don't need a second depot. Like, you do a normal Reaper expand, you just don't need a second depot. And you can still do everything else fine. Which is the build time and the resources for it.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Yeah, and then Protoss, like, I noticed that Protoss can't reliably build probes with 1 gate expand and then get a unit after without getting a second pylon. So the inverse of it is Protoss needs a second pylon to really reliably build units, whereas Terran doesn't even need a second depot before they can start unit production. And yes, they are bugs, but they're not fixed. It's currently the PTR that people are playing in paid tournaments. And yes, if you're going to play in a paid tournament on the PTR, you accept that these things might happen. But still. Duck. Warp gate is working as intended. From what I can tell, I didn't test exactly the numbers. But, like, I didn't test the timing numbers. Really. But warp gate is working as the patch notes state. Alright. Just like the Overlord being so slow, you have no hope of defending your expansion against early pool. Notice where my Overlord is. I sent it out immediately. Oh yeah, this is fine. Don't worry. Now we just 6 pool. Wait.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Literally, my Overlord didn't get there till after the entire rush is over. Lord.
광물이 부족합니다.
This is best case scenario.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Here's a second queen. I'm in trouble.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데
We need to
자꾸
keep the
일만
queen
시킬래요?
count down.
광물이 부족합니다.
She's got another one.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Speed in like 30 seconds.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
The only hope is having speed and out microing,
불가능합니다. 광물이 없는
which is unlikely, but
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 진화 완료. 광물이 부족합니다.
like it's lings versus lings with some queens behind.
광물
So
대출은 불가능합니다.
this is as good as it's ever gonna get. It's not enough. Oh yeah.
광물 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
It's just an 8 pool. Yeah, or 10 pool. Consult the graph. Wrong graph. So, to 8 to 12 pool beats hatch first, which beats eco pool, which beats early pool. And because overlords have no chance of scouting anything, it's now much more rock, paper, scissors. Before, you could kind of hedge with the overlords because you get there in time to see if they're expanding, which tells you how much you need to commit to defense. Now the overlord just doesn't do anything. I don't know why. I guess still send it out, but yeah, I went hatch first, and the wings beat the overlord there. It's ridiculous. What is the point of overlords? Might as well let them burrow and become like part of a wall. My opinion of the PTR has gone down, but only because we're not playing the PTR. The PTR is what the notes are. We are playing this. The supply counts are wrong for Terran and Protoss. Abduct doesn't work on siege tanks. Ghosts get extra buffs. Changelings are bugged. Like overlords are bugged. Overlords have to be bugged. Technically, it's the patch notes, but it has to be bugged. I refuse to accept it. See, this is why... This was my... you've heard me ranting about the last patch ever, and the fact we might not get another one, and also how it's going to be impossible to tell which changes are making the difference, because everybody's thinking about the 8-worker start, which technically works, but there are literally game-breaking issues. Like, literally every part of the early game is affected with each race. So we're not even testing the 8-worker start, we're testing the wrong, like, a bugged version. For all 3 races. Overlords for Zerg, extra supply for Terran, less supply for Protoss. And it becomes increasingly frustrating with time. Thus, my opinion going down. Maybe the PTR is fine and the patch notes are bugged. Yeah. Fair enough. It's the patch notes who are wrong. Thank you for speaking truth. Next patch notes just are what the bugs are. Orbitals were always supposed to give extra supply. Alright? For free. Protoss doesn't deserve more supply.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Down with overlords. Up with the people. Yeah, fuck off. Marine first.
인구수가 막혔습니다.
I think he balls the barracks. What?
광물이 부족합니다.
Guess I just have to make wings because he's just walking out.
여왕이 생성되었습니다.
Who does that?
오 나의 여왕님 말라.
Gonna pull the boys? My speed is still so far.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 진화 완료. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 아무데나 막 찍고 싶은 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Rushing Bane speed.
아 거기 말고 점막 위에 지으세요. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 오, 나의 여왕님, 말랄 복귀. 에너지가 그건 거기 말고 될 거라고 생각하세요? 위에 지으세요. 점막이 필요합니다. 좀 에너지 업하고. 거기 말. 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 에너지가 부족합니다. 이걸 못 보네요.
Yeah, the medevacs.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 오 나의 여왕 말랄 복귀. 진화 완료. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 변이 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시키나요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시키나요? 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요.
So the downside of having creep tumors as a hotkey is whenever one's off cooldown, it looks like they all are. So you can't tell if it's the one you're selecting or want to control right now, which is a bit annoying. Like, I select them and I'm like, oh, it's off cooldown. No. Maybe.
아, 이걸 못 보네요.
Which, you know, is not horrible. You're too fast.
그건 아니죠. 혹시
It's still way better.
아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 테란하세요. 대군주가 더 필요- 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 광물이 부족합니다. 점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 멈추네.
Ricky.
대군주가 더 필요합니다.
How many times do I need to build Ovies?
그건 아니죠. 혹시 진화 완료 해보세요. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 적들이 점막 중앙을 공격합니다. 여왕님 노동을 줄여주세요. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 변이 완료. 진화 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 일벌레가 공격받고 있습니다. 여왕이 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 자나깨나 가스 조심.
The fuck, bro?
점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 일벌레가 미래인 거 아시죠? 영웅이 잠시켜야 돼요. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 변이 완료. 점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 단열천이 있어야죠. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 에너지가 부족합니다. 가스는 점검이 필수. 설마 확장 기진이 있죠? 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 공격 모르나요? 모르는 남자예요. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 그건 진화 완료. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 설마 진화 완료. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아군이 힘들게 넓힌 정상을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 설마 확장 기지는 있죠? 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 아이고, 일벌레 죽네요. 광물을 다 썼는데 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물이 부족합니다. 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저기 처음 해보세요? 변이 완료. 설마 힘이 있죠? 적들이 점막 중앙을 공격합니다. 창조적인 보급품이 있으세요. 일벌레가 미래인 거 아시죠? 무조건 지켜야 돼요. 광맥 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 그건 거긴 아니죠. 될 거라고 생각하셔야죠. 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 일벌레가 공격받고 있습니다. 찾아! 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠. 아이고, 일벌레 죽네요. 이걸 설마 못 보네요. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 일벌레가 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 미래인 거 아시죠? 무조건 지켜야 돼요. 이걸 못 보네요. 되었습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 진 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
Alright, I quit Zerg. I tried a whole day. We played mostly ZVZ, did not find a single Protoss. Are you quitting Zerg because of the bugs? I mean, it doesn't help. Every Terran build is better. Every Zerg build is worse. Like, baseline. With the orbital command giving two... Like, at this point, we're playing for fun, not for testing. A lot of people talking about Ghost. Yes, the Ghost is a buff. It gets some token nerfs. So now it's worse at the things it was already bad at. Which is sitting there and tanking. But it's much better at avoiding that. You looked in control of that game? Except... 2 medevacs can completely drag you out of position. And I'm not fast enough. No, not this guy. Give me a Zerg, please. I don't mind ZVZ. Even if it's a total gamble. No. We gotta think about the pros, alright? So, as you can see, you know who was struggling in the previous Protoss, 53%. So, to hear it from Terrans, Protoss versus Terran is completely and utterly unplayable, and you have no chance. Meanwhile, Protoss versus Zerg, 57% Protoss. Terran versus Zerg, 54. Protoss versus... These are 2 weeks with 1,000 or 1,500 games, pro games. Protoss versus Terran, 57. Protoss versus Zerg, 54. Terran versus Zerg, 60. Protoss, Terran, a little closer. These are different sets of tournaments over 2-week spans. PVT 54, PVZ 52, TVZ 57. PVT 54, PVZ 60, TVZ 55. PVT 53, PVZ 57, TVZ 55. Yes, you might be like, well, this is just Hero and Clem beating up on a bunch of Zergs. And yes, it is, because that's who's playing in tournaments against them, because, like, Cyril and Raynor don't. And we saw Solar's comments on why he doesn't play a lot of online tournaments as well. Like, well, he pretty much said it's just a method of giving free money to Hero and Clem. And a few others, but mostly Hero and Clem. Let's look at relatively good players, like 5,000 MMR plus. 40% Protoss, 27% Terran, 27% Zerg. Perfectly balanced. How about, well, NA pretty much ends at 5,500 because no one's good enough. 5,500 plus, 48% Protoss. To be fair, this is only a few hundred people, but... we haven't quite reached 50%. There were always this many Protoss. Literally, you could see the graph. You could literally see the graph. There were not always this much Protoss. Let's go 4,500. this is the Void Ray meta, and then all the overcharge shenanigans. Now, this was a problem too, obviously. But after the Void Ray, and then overcharge, and then energy recharge. Can we get a non-Terran? I think it's going to be very difficult because people are realizing, even though I played a lot of ZVZ, it was like the same two people several times.
행운을 빕니다.
We had a buff so Hero would finally win.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready.
Well, good news. Hero, Max Pex, Hero, Cyril, Maru, Hero, Clem, Hero.
SCV
Of A tier and S tier tournaments of the last 10, Protoss has won 8 of them. And Clem plays Protoss at, well, 8 and a quarter, because Clem probably played Protoss during that tournament some of the time.
go ahead. Uh-huh. SCV ready. Huh? Bandit. Let's go.
But let's make no mistake, I'm complaining mostly about Terran on the PTR because it's literally bugged in their favor right now. We can't really get a test of how Protoss is because they have less supply on the Nexus, which changes every single build literally from the start.
Huh? SCV ready.
Like, if you have to get your pylon one supply earlier, or second pylon one supply earlier, that slows down other parts of the build. And this game, as many people know and kind of hate, is very dependent on a few seconds here or there.
SCV ready. We hear you. It's your dime. Go ahead. Ah! In the ring. Big job, huh?
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Get my free supply.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. What's going on? Ah, scared me. SCV ready. Go ahead. Huh?
He could easily have another Reaper here. Or a Reaper at all. A little surprised he didn't.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
What supply is the standard Ghost Academy timing? Who knows?
What's going on?
Pretty much whenever you want.
News? SCV ready. Sir. Ready to raise some hell. Good job. I'm listening. SCV ready.
This is a semi-bad idea.
Huh? Well, fuck. Big what? Got some.
부속 건물 완료. 부속 건물 완료.
What's it?
What? This is an even worse idea. Don't do this.
What? You want something?
Why do you have nothing?
SCV ready.
Gonna have a Cyclone momentarily. But... So we had a second base up there.
Optics online. Let's go kill something. SCV ready. Oh yeah. Cyclone received. And the ring.
부속건 가스는 점검이 필수.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
By the numbers, boys. Shoot. SCV ready. Show me who you want. Fueled up. SCV ready. Big job. SCV ready. Want a piece of me, boy?
Alright.
Ordnance or what?
Actually, we'll have it in the anti-auto turret position.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
설마 거기가 가능하다고?
SCV ready. Gangway coming through. SCV ready.
가스가 부족합니다.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready. What's going on?
보급고가 더 필요합니다.
SCV ready. Bad news.
Wait.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Ready to plunder. In gear.
보급고가 막혔습니다.
Might be a Viking timing.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Go ahead. What's our target? SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready. Yep. Yep. Armed and SCV ready.
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다. 광물이 부족합니다. 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Ready to plunder. Been waiting.
보급고가 더 필요합니다.
In the rear with the gear. Where? But you gonna get that orders? Ready to roll out. Channel's clear. By the numbers. SCV ready. Bad. Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder.
Sloppy.
Fighter flight.
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
He shouldn't stick around. If he does, I eventually kill it.
SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. We could use some help here. Got no ready to plunder. SCV ready.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시키래요?
Go ahead. Go it.
Liberation is at hand.
연구 꼭!
We have you on screen.
SCV ready. Got no patience. Lay it on me. What's that? Right. Let's get into the fight. Ready to plunder.
보급고가 막혔습니다. 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Can we find not TVT? Challenge. I use this announcer pack because my builds are so thrown off and I'm constantly out of minerals or supply blocked, especially with not Terran. So now I know the noise for it. I don't know Korean, but I know the noise that he makes for supply block, but it's not as annoying as hearing "need more overlords" over and over. We'll see. If we get 3 TVTs in a row, I'm just gonna give up. Also, the leagues don't matter in case you think I'm beating platinum players. Everyone here is at least, like, solidly diamond, most of the opponents. No matter what the rank says. Some of them significantly higher. I'm a pretty good judge. I'm second only to Cyril in ranking people based on their gameplay. Still mad about that. I don't... Oh no, only Cyril. The fact that he's so good at it too is he's like, I spent 2 hours studying and now I know everything. Which, yep. Meanwhile, my entire career is mostly based on calling out different levels of StarCraft players for various deficiencies and assumptions, including myself. A Zerg in this economy?
행운을 빕니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready.
Proper punctuation in this economy?
SCV ready.
Going with the later ranks.
SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going? In the rear with the gear. Yeah.
보급고가 더 필요합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
It's off center. Well, from where I wanted to put it.
SCV ready. Big jump. SCV ready. Ah! He's
Why are you bouncing off?
Go ahead. Big job, huh? Ah, you scared me.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Huh?
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Should put that on the super close patch.
What's big? The Grim Reaper has arrived. I'm listening. SCV ready.
I didn't check for the OV. I wasn't paying attention.
Something for me to. You want SCV ready? What's it worth? A great certainly. What you want? Fear the Reaper man. SCV ready. I'm going. There. That what's it worth? Cat from above.
언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Done. Oh yeah, baby.
He has enough for link speed, but he hasn't started it yet. Yeah, he still hasn't started it.
부속 건물 완료. 건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Ready to raise some hell.
부속 건물
It gives me more time to mess with the creep.
Fear the SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV
광물이 없는데 자꾸
ready to raise some hell. On the way. SCV ready.
광물이 부족. 부속 건물
SCV ready.
Did he actually get to a high ground?
What's it? Got SCV ready.
Worth.
Fear the
And that's worth for him probably too.
좀 먹고 일합시다.
by the numbers. SCV ready.
건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다.
Fear the Reaper man. What? You want a piece of me, boy? Yes.
보급고가 막혔습니다.
Engine screaming.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
SCV ready. Oh yeah, baby. That's all.
에너지 업하고 파워 업.
SCV ready for trouble.
Call the ball.
적 공격 모르나요? 건설로 보면 맞아야죠.
Ready to raise some hell. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Scared me. 연구 완료.
Agreed.
I got my ears on. Roger that.
SCV ready.
What a hive.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Can do.
By the numbers, boys. Get
Call the ball.
SCV ready.
Receiving.
부속 건물 완료.
Mayday. Mayday.
Ready.
연구 끝.
What's going on? SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Loud and clear. Right.
없는데. 설마 여기 내리다. 착륙할 수 없습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 너무 미치는 마세요.
Loud and clear. Inbound.
부속 건물 완료. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 가스가 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완료.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Call the ball. Done and done. Fall back.
언제까지 보급고 막힐래요? 부속 건물 완료. 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다. 거긴 못 내립니다. 아래 뭐가 있나 본데요? 거기는 건설할 수 없습니다.
Yeah?
SCV ready.
가스는 점검이 필수.
Ghost reporting. Armed and ready.
I got this. Loud. Mayday! Mayday!
Gangway. Ghost reporting.
That's fine.
This better be good. Go, go, go! SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
It's about to get him.
SCV ready.
Engaging. Receiving.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
SCV ready.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
Who wants some? Wilson, by the number.
설마
You want a piece of me, boy?
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다.
SCV ready. This better be good. Been waiting on SCV ready. This better be SCV ready.
연구 완료.
Go, go, go!
연구 끝.
It's go time.
가스는 점검이 필수.
Oh, here's somebody with a raid.
Ghost reporting.
Glad you enjoy. Or hopefully you had a good stream. Something like that, yeah.
That's fine.
This better be good.
건설 로봇 추가요.
SCV ready.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
Engage.
사령 연구
SCV ready.
Mayday! Mayday!
Caught in the same spot. Wait, what? Did I press?
Ready.
Good thing we didn't have. Oh, I messed up the rally.
Ghost reporting.
가스는 점검이 필수.
Right. By the number. Ghost reporting. Ghost.
설마 확장 기진이 있죠?
Move it. What's going on?
Oops.
업그레이드 완료. 너무 미치는 마세요.
SCV ready. Go, go, go. Come again.
Just say
This better be good. Who wants some? SCV ready. Ghost report.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
Sure. Bad news? What's going on?
자나깨나 가스 조심. 가스는 점검이 필수.
We could use some help here. Now, go. Ah! You scared? Huh? Armed and ready.
광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Who wants some? Roll out.
거긴 못 내립니다. 아래 뭐가 있나 본데요?
Ready for dust off.
Go ahead. Now, go, go, go.
설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요?
Ghost reporting.
장난이 없습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 진흙 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 사령부 가스가 부족합니다.
Ghost reporting.
설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Now, you sure? SCV ready. Armed and ready.
광물을 다 썼는데
Ghost reporting. SCV ready.
광맥이 바닥났습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠?
Huh? Well, butter my biscuit.
업그레이드 완료. 너무 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 광물을 다 썼는데 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
You got it.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Ghost reporting.
보급품이 꽉 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
Who wants some?
Light flights here.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Now what? Heading out.
Out with it.
Waiting on you. Picking up or dropping off?
설마 확장 기신이 있죠?
Let's go. Here's your stuff. Talk to me.
You sure? What's going on? I can't build here.
Pick up.
Come again.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
Waiting on
Yes, sir. Ghost
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
reporting.
보급품이 꽉 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Ghost reporting.
설마 여기 내리려고요? 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 업그레이드. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 거긴 못 내립니다.
drop.
설마 간헐천이 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
Somebody get
보급품이
it.
꽉 찼으니
Big job. Solo operative, right?
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Give me the sit rep.
Ready for
What's going on? You want a piece of me, boy?
사 고속 건물 완료. 보급품이 꽉
Ghost
찼습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니지?
Armed and ready.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 부속 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
You sure about that?
설마 확장 기지는 있죠?
Solo operator.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Inside, 5x5.
적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠.
Lay it on.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 핵미사일이
Ghost
준비되었습니다.
reporting. So, come again. Ghost reporting.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Ghost reporting.
강맥이 바닥났습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
It's getting too hot.
설마 여기 내리려고요? 적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠.
Go.
간헐천이 고갈됐습니다. 착륙할 수 없습니다. 건설할 수 없습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Ghost reporting.
연구 꼭! 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Ghost reporting.
업그레이드 완성.
Ghost reporting. Go. Come again.
업그레이드 완료. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
Give me this.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Solo operative.
보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
Take him down. Come again.
보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
Give me the sip.
핵 날리면 지더라도 정신 승리.
You sure about that? Sounds like a plan. It's getting too hot.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
You're on. Out with it. Come on. Give me the sit rep. Come.
적 공격 모르나요?
Solo up.
거긴 못 내립니다. 아래 뭐가 있나 본데요? 업그레이드 설마 여기 내리려고요? 보급품이 꽉 찼으니
Ghost reporting. Solo.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Paint the target.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제
Ghost reporting.
건설 로봇의 아픔을 아세요?
Give me this.
건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다. 설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요? 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제
Yes, sir.
연구 완료. 건설 로봇 추가요. 착륙할 수 없습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
Go. Solo.
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다.
Yes, sir.
광맥이 바닥났습니다. 설마 거긴 못 내립니다. 아래 뭐가 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
Bad news.
설마 확장 기지는 있죠?
So, come again.
설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요?
Out with it. Ghost reporting. Ghost reporting.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
What's our target? Go ahead. SCV ready. Ghost reporting. Ready to raise some hell.
부속 건물 완료.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Ghost reporting. Big job.
간헐천이 고갈됐습니다.
Ready to raise some hell.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Ghost reporting. SCV ready.
아군이 공격받는데 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Ghost.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Ready for dust off.
What's the story? Go. It's getting too hot.
광물을 다 썼는데 간헐천이 바닥났다고요. 백날리면 지더라도 정신 승리. 사령부 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
Ready for dust off.
보급품이 꽉
Got any extra firepower? Ghost reporting.
설마 확장 기지는 있죠?
Getting fired up.
보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
Ghost reporting.
설마 여기 내리려고요?
It's heating up out here. Ready to raise some hell. Got any extra firepower?
광맥이 바닥났습니다.
What's the story?
광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
Okay. Ready to raise some hell. Solo operative. Never say die. Never say die.
광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Ghost reporting.
Can't interrupt them anymore.
Solo operative.
2 snipes, and the first snipe brings him to like 1 shot as well, which is pretty nice.
설마
SCV ready. Give me this.
I've just started building ghosts at like 3 base because when are they bad?
You sure about that?
I am sure.
부활됐습니다.
Come again.
간헐천이 바닥났. 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Solo operative, right?
Are ghosts bad at 1 base? Also no. As we saw, Beyond just walk over Solar with like a ghost and 4 Hellions. Ghosts are pretty strong. So many people thought they'd be terrible. Those people are the Terrans who are still going to lose their ghost to Banelings. 73 kill ghost. 5 infestors, an ultra, 10 drones.
광물 대출 행운을 빕니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Sure thing.
광물이 부족합니다.
SCV ready. SCV ready. You're the boss.
I don't know what race he is.
광물 대출은
Only if he's
불가능합니다.
Terran would I change the build, though.
SCV ready.
So we're just gonna scout off a Rex and freestyle it from there.
Let's go. Huh? Bad news? In the rear.
He let so many die to the Banshees. How does he kill the Banshees? He built 2 spores, like so many aspiring commenters mentioned. Like, just build more spores, bro.
광물
He had 2
대출은
spores in
불가능합니다.
multiple bases.
광물이 부족합니다.
Thing is,
광물이
Banshees
없는데
move
자꾸
faster
일만
than
시킬래요?
spores.
This is an alert.
Thank you, Screeching Weasel.
GG.
That's what I've noticed. It's kind of an important point.
You scared me. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV
자나깨나 가스 조심. 가스는 점검이 필수.
go ahead.
I don't know when I'd see the Overlord if I was going to.
Huh? What's going on?
I don't think he's Zerg, which makes this a little dicier.
업그레이드 완료.
Yep. Bad news?
What? No, he's Terran. Wait,
SCV
he has a Marine?
big job. What? You want
Why does he have a Marine? That means there's another Rax, probably.
Let's go. Fear the man of death. Ah! You scared? What's it? SCV ready. Got nothing. What? Death from above.
Just 2 Rax?
건설에
I'm going. What's going on?
거기는
Okay.
건설할 수 없습니다.
With 1 gas.
SCV ready.
It's like the least dangerous
건설로봇의 아픔을 아세요?
possible.
고속 건물 완료.
SCV ready.
보급고가 막혔습니다.
Nothing. I'm listening. Done. Oh yeah, baby. Agreed.
보급고가 더 필요합니다.
What's it worth? What's going on? Got something. You wanna be?
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
What? I have supply blocks, I only have 1 Marine.
광물이 없는데 자,
Bit dicey.
광물이 부족합니다.
All right. SCV ready.
I don't think he noticed. Not that it would matter much.
고속 건물 완료.
I'm listening. Certainly. SCV ready.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Oh, he is concussive.
SCV ready.
Okay. And definitely tanks. I thought it was just gonna be stim. Believe it or not, Banshee.
Go ahead. You gonna? SCV ready.
고속 건물 광물이 없는데 자,
SCV ready.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Still, you're 4 and 5. What have you been dying to? Oh, I played Zerg. I haven't lost with Terran. Well, technically.
Been waiting.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
Go ahead. Big job. SCV ready. What's going on?
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 에너지 업하고.
SCV ready.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Fueled up, ready to go.
광물이 부족합니다.
Receiving.
연구 언제까지 보급고 막?
We could use some help here.
보급고가 막혔습니다. 보급고가 더 필요합니다.
Fuck.
I got my.
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
We need to go pretend like I'm gonna attack.
언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
You gonna give me orders?
Loud and clear.
This better be good. SCV ready.
Yep, here it is.
That's fine. Sure.
Receiving. I got.
I didn't want to actually go that far. But...
Loud and clear.
Ready to plunder. Fueled up, ready to go.
Mayday.
Hopefully that kept him busy enough.
What's that? SCV ready. SCV ready. Yes. Fight or flight. Yeah. Can't hold them alone. Armed and ready. Big jump. This better be good. SCV ready.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
We could use some help. Ready to plunder. Got no patience. Go, orders. SCV ready.
Pretty sure I have more Vikings. A couple lived through it, but yeah.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
SCV ready.
부속 건물 완료.
Let's get it. Bad news. SCV ready. Ready to plunder. Can't hold them alone. Some evil. SCV ready. Armed and ready. For battle. What's going on? SCV ready.
설마 거기가 가능하다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Go ahead.
광물이 부족합니다.
Been waiting on you.
부속 건물 완료.
We could use some help.
Does he have a third? Just keep building Vikings. You never stop.
SCV ready. What's that?
업그레이드 완료. 너무 미치지
We
마세요.
could use some help here. SCV ready.
연구 완료.
Let's get it. Ready to roll out. Bad news. SCV ready. Ready to plunder.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Okay. Very important to note.
SCV ready.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
Help here.
What's...
Want some?
Does he have more?
부속 건물 완료. 간헐천이 필요합니다.
Armed and SCV ready to go. Go ahead.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
Ready to plunder.
So at the right angle, I can probably crush it, but
SCV ready.
another starport and armory.
보급고가 더 필요합니다.
Ready to blunder. SCV ready.
건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다.
Who wants some? Ready. SCV ready.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸
Go, go, go. You want a piece of me? SCV ready. Let's get it.
설마 확장 기진이 있죠?
This better. You ready for war? SCV ready. Ready to go. Bandit.
I have the sensor tower as well, so I can see if he's moving up.
Go ahead. Ready to blunder. Who wants some?
부속 건물 완료.
SCV ready.
부속 건물 완료. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 거기는 건설에서 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 설마 거기가
Ready to blunder.
광물이 부족합니다.
We could use some help here. Yes, we could use some help. SCV ready. Ready to blunder.
설마 확장 기진이 있죠? 광물을 다 썼는데
Ready to blunder. Transfer.
가스는 점검이 필수.
SCV ready. Go, go, go.
자나깨나 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요? 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
SCV ready. Yeah. Let's get into the fight. Transformation systems.
업그레이드 완료. 너무 미치는 마세요.
Yes. Good job, huh? This better be good.
보급고가 더 필요합니다.
Out. Fighter flight.
Thinks he has a fourth base advantage.
착륙할 수 없습니다.
Liberate.
We could use some help here.
업그레이드 완료.
Want a piece of me, boy?
What, mech?
업그레이드 완료.
You gonna give me orders?
광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Except
광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
We're returning fire.
Reporting for
SCV ready.
단열천이 있어. 거기는 건설에서
SCV ready.
건설 부속 건물. 설마 확장 기진이 있죠?
Go, go, go. SCV ready.
업그레이드 완료.
Go. Ready to blunder.
광맥이 바닥났습니다.
We're returning fire.
보급고가 막혔습니다. 설마 거기가 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다. 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요? 광물을 다 썼는 보급고가 막혔습니다. 보급고가 설마 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 업그레이드 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 지지!
What? Then it just leaves?
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
Just siege tanks and Vikings, and then it's also siege tanks and Vikings. Even when you think you've stopped. Like when you build medevacs, that's the secret, you don't. Like even if you're playing bio against mech, believe it or not, siege tanks and Vikings.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
SCV ready. SCV
Just not saying anything.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
He didn't tell us race last time, so I have to just hedge. Honestly, the basic build is worst in TVT too.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Big job, huh?
광물이 부족합니다.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Yo. Big job. SCV ready. Bad news.
What the fuck?
In the rear with the gear. Ah! You scared me.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
What's going on? Well, go ahead. Big job, huh?
Believe it or not, also Terran.
In the rear.
Fucking hell. Can't get away from it. I'm like, finally, a non-Terran. Well, about that.
Bad news. Go. What? You want something? Big job. SCV ready. Huh? What's going on?
가스는
I say as someone who switched to Terran because I was sick of being not Terran.
SCV ready. Nothing I can't handle. Good thing done. All right. SCV ready.
부속 건물 완료.
Oh yeah.
보급고가 막혔습니다.
Get from
So he has no expo, but he does have a quicker factory. Forgot about depots.
for me to
Barely need them nowadays.
on the way. Ah! You scared me. Fear the This better be good.
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다. 광물이 없는데 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready. Armed and
광물이 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완료.
agreed. I'm listening.
광물이 없는데 자꾸
SCV ready. I'm going. I'm back. Phew.
사령부
Go, go, go.
완료. 에너지가 부족합니다.
What? What's it worth? What's going on? Got something. Go ahead. SCV ready. Get from above.
부속 건물 완료.
It's just Viking and tank.
Cyclone ready for action.
So I'm gonna also get Viking
착륙할 수 없습니다.
and tank.
Big job, huh?
Believe it or not.
Want some? SCV ready. What's it? Been waiting. By the numbers. In the rear. Who wants
What the
some?
He proxied the starport?
Big job. SCV ready.
What a play.
SCV ready. Fortune favors the bold. You got coordinates or what? Gangway, coming through. Fight or flight? Huh? Yes, sir.
It's gonna have to be the boys.
Got a target in mind? You ready for war? Show me who you want to die. Ready to plunder. You want a piece of me, boy? Inbound. SCV ready. One. Cyclone receiving. Armed and ready.
I don't know why I unsieged while I was scanning, but
On you.
is there a starport over here?
By the numbers, boys.
Or was that in his main? Really? That quick? Oh, I guess he built the reactor with the barracks. Okay. Believe it or not, it's Vikings and siege tanks. No matter what. Let's see what kind of opponents we've gotten. As Terran, 13 Terrans, 8 Zerg, and 2 Protoss. I mean, some of those random. Is the new patch not balanced? No, Terran's doing perfectly fine against Terran. My win rate was almost 50%. I haven't been seeing many cats at pro replays with Protoss. Is Protoss not performing well? Protoss... Okay, can we bring this up again? I don't know if you mean on the balance patch, of which there's only been 1 tournament, maybe 2 so far. Or if you mean, like, in pro tournaments. So, like, how many more tournaments do you think non-Protoss have won than Protoss? This year. Like, $5,000 plus. Yes, if you were here earlier. Just pro in general. Past few weeks, months. Well, here we have the winners of all of the A and S tier tournaments this year, of which are Hero, Hero, Max Pax, Hero, 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 Clem, Cyril, and Maru. So, Hero, Hero, Max Pax, Hero, Hero, Hero. So 7 by Protoss. And then 3 by not Protoss. So obviously Protoss, like, we can make up those numbers. We can do better, I think. Hero needs to be winning all the tournaments. Notice, fun fact, if Hero gets to the finals, he doesn't lose. He is not, like Cyril has gotten the second place, Clem has gotten 2, but Hero has not lost to finals. That's pretty crazy, too. For all his ups and downs, he ends up more often than not. You probably don't see as many Hero games, though, because... Alright, so here's the actual reason. You have a little bit... Well, one, because casters, I know for a fact, being one of them, try to spread it out. The most lucrative matchup is Terran versus Zerg. By a lot. Like, that is by far the matchup that people will watch by default. Like, and maybe not even intentionally knowing that, but... So... For example, in the last, like 2 weeks before this, there were a grand total of 170 Terran versus Zerg matches. There were 230 Protoss versus Protoss matches. Which means you are more likely to get 2 Protoss facing each other than a Terran and a Zerg. In tournaments. So Hero ends up playing in a lot of PvPs, which are the best and most speedrun way to kill your channel. And that's probably why it doesn't feel like that, because casters are never posting them, because even when they're like the finals of a big tournament, nobody wants to watch. No matter how much they say they might. Statistically, they don't. And also, it's hard to run ads on a match that lasts 24 minutes.
행운을 빕니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready.
It's Terran versus Zerg anytime you bring up Cyril? Actually, no. Though if you look at my last 3 Cyril videos, 2 of them have over 200,000 views, which is insane. And one of them has less than 100k. Though they all have like the same level of clickbait. Guess which one's the Zerg versus Protoss? Still very good. Still way more than any other matchup. I mean, Cyril's just the clickbait in of himself, but... The best of 5? No, I was saying the best of 5. I've seen Hero play a best of 7 PvP in less than 30 minutes. Though usually Hero doesn't clean sweep in anything because I feel like it's not intentional, but he throws when he's winning too hard. And, like, he just does crazy shit for the fans. Alright? He almost is never, with some very rare and dramatic exceptions, in, like, a 3-0 situation.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
And it's so clear, like, if he just focused, which if he could, he could 3 or 4-0 sometimes, but he just doesn't. And that's why, if there was someone who would win on such a regular basis, I don't think I'd have it any other way. I don't think that's hatch first, but... Yeah. He doesn't have enough for speed, though. He does have enough for a roach one, apparently. Yeah.
Big job, huh? What's it worth? You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready.
Let's just make sure he's still going. Yep.
I'm going.
언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Got something for me to kill.
부속 건물 완료.
Nothing I can't
Hmm.
handle. This better be. I'm listening. One, you can SCV ready. Armed with.
부속 건물 완료.
You want a piece of me, boy?
사령부 업그레이드.
See how committed he
에너지가
is.
부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
SCV ready. Go, go, go.
All right.
Go ahead.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready. Roger. Optics online. Let's go kill something. Oh, I'll get there. In gear.
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
Gateway.
A little sloppy there.
더 필요합니다.
Hmm.
보급고
So does he just go straight into mutas, or is he gonna pretend to do something else? That's the question.
I'm listening. SCV ready.
부속 건물 완료.
What? You want something? Certainly. All right. Nothing I can't handle. Yeah. SCV ready. Yes, indeed. Go ahead. Fear the.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Hmm.
SCV ready.
광물이 부족합니다.
Let's see if we can go find any Ovies.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
SCV ready. Bad news. Ready to raise some hell. Show me who you want to die. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
에너지 업하고 파워 업.
SCV ready.
Mm-hmm.
SCV ready.
It's gonna be mutas, but
전업
SCV ready.
the question is how
SCV ready.
quickly.
SCV ready.
부속 건물 완료.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
You want SCV ready.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
SCV ready.
거기는 건설이 없습니다.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready. This ought to be good. Go, go, go.
에너지가 부족합니다.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Big jump. Ah! Bat, show me who you want. Man the ring. Got a target in mind. You got coordinates. SCV ready. Gateway. Coming through.
Sloppy.
Some fire here.
연구
SCV ready. Cyclone receiver.
There's the spire.
건설.
I don't know why I kept scanning. Like, I know it's gonna be mutas.
부속 건물
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠.
By the number.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready. Who wants some?
Light.
Big job, huh?
에너지 업하고 파워 업.
SCV
업그레이드 완료.
Now the only question is, does he go back into roaches or does he continue on mutas? And that's kind of hard to answer, actually.
This better be good.
Ready for dust off.
Armed and ready.
Looks like continuing on the mutas.
SCV ready.
거긴 못 내립니다. 아래 뭐가 있나 본데요?
Orders received.
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다.
SCV ready.
보급고가 막혔습니다.
By the nose. Who wants some?
보급고가 더 필요함. 설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요? 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다. 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Where's my combat shield? Oh, there's some roaches.
부속 건물
SCV ready.
건설할 수 없습니다.
Who wants some?
에너지가 부족합니다.
Orders received.
연구. 설마
Ready for dust off.
Huh? We hear you.
Waiting on you.
Who wants some? SCV ready.
업그레이드 완료. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠?
Yep. Roger. Been waiting on you. Ghost reporting.
Loud and clear. Light flight
Gangway coming through.
inbound. Ready.
업그레이드 완료.
Where's the emergency? Somebody, get me out of this mess. I heard that.
It's go time.
Heading out. Light flight.
광물
He also doesn't have a hive on the way.
Get me out of this mess.
This better be good. Been waiting. Let's have a blast. Who wants some? SCV ready. It's go time.
Ready for dust off.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
Gangway coming through.
I dropped drilling coils, right? Yeah.
Bad news.
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다.
Ghost reporting.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Ghost reporting. Gangway coming through. You sure about that?
광물이 부족한 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
SCV ready.
광물이 없는데 업그레이드 완료. 광물이
Go go go. Who wants some? SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
부속 건물 완료.
SCV ready.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 설마
About to get heavy. Go. Come again.
Picking up.
This better be good.
사령천하, 거기가 가능한. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 민간 안 보나요? 에너지요? 부속 건물 완료. 건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 싶시다. 설마 업그레이드 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 연 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Just throw some ghosts in there. I think they're... So ghosts now have better DPS than marauders against roaches, I think.
설마 확장 지진이
Yeah,
있죠?
23 damage every 0.7.
광물이 부족합니다.
Or at least it's close. Like, we're talking auto attack. So, the marauders with stim have better DPS against armor. But they're worse against zerglings.
Dust off.
So, the marauder's still better, but it has less range, and it doesn't hit up, and it doesn't snipe. Obviously, it's cheaper, but
Give me the sit rep. Yeesh.
에너지가 부족합니다.
able to ghost and flamethrower. I didn't go for it. He did a roach timing, which kind of made it a little weird. I think we'll wrap it up there, though. As right now, what we need most, more than anything, is most of these to be fixed. So these are bugs. These are bugs that are on the PTR right now. I have a image version on my Discord in the announcements, in case you need to share it with people to win arguments / whatever. But the infester, these are things that are different than the patch notes and aren't supposed to be technically. Currently on the PTR. The infester, the microbial shroud is still researchable, even though it's on the infester. So you can, we saw Solar researching it, which costs money. It doesn't do anything, but Vipers cannot abduct siege tanks, which is pretty huge. Overseer Changeling explode for 10 damage when they die against air and ground. Like, what the fuck? Roaches can stack underground without collision, which is weird. It doesn't work when they're moving, but you could have like infinite roaches in one location. That one's pretty niche, but hilarious. The Overlord definitely is too slow. The calculation is wrong, and it shouldn't be that slow, even if it is slower. Terran, Orbital Command provides +2 supply the moment you press the button, which it should not. The Ghost gets additional damage upgrades versus Light on top of their base damage. So not only do they have the damage increase, but they also get an extra bonus versus Light, which is was supposedly no longer the case. Vipers cannot abduct siege tanks was an intentional change, and it was intentionally switched back for this patch. But it doesn't work. We've tested it. Solar tested it to his dismay. The Ghost, so maybe bug, but maybe not. Our Marines and Marauders are now considered the same unit for the purposes of the command card, which means you can't individually select a group of one or the other. They are combined on the command card, not on the field, but that has different implications. The Ghost, now this is definitely it's working as intended, but why is it intended? Does changeling damage affect units while they're loaded in medevacs? I'll test that in a sec. The Nexus provides 12 supply instead of 13. And the hotkeys don't work for turning Gateway into Warp Gate because they're overwritten by the Warp Gate research. I haven't found. There's probably some more Protoss-related ones, but they're probably more statistical than whether it works or not. We'll see. So it hits air, which is already ridiculous, but... And then... Something easy enough to test. The Ghost has 100 HP. So...
Wait, not. You talk to me.
Solo operative.
We're going to put 2 changelings under there. Test if the neural parasite works. So the amount of times I've seen neural parasite used to neural an SCV and build a building in the last 2 years in pro games is 0. The amount of times I've seen it used against Protoss, which instantly builds buildings, is maybe 1. So it is a complete and utterly useless, yet hilarious buff. And it works, unlike Viper Abduct. The units in the medevac took damage. Hilarious. Let's see if I can kill the ghosts in the medevac without killing them. So this should not be enough to kill the medevac. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not enough.
8 should be enough to kill the ghosts in the medevac.
Solo
Life.
What ghosts? Yes, changelings, finally. Does it damage units affected by Stasis Ward? Now, this would be a niche scenario. Wait, doesn't it hurt your own units as well? So it would be relevant in 1v1.
Our window and omen.
Come again. Sounds like a plan. Orders. Give me the signal.
What the fuck?
Confirmed.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Does it kill... Wait, what? Disruptor balls?
Go.
Which is... How would I even... Does the Purification Nova have HP? I mean, it's not listed. Okay, so the timing's gonna have to be really good here. Wait. No. Unless it needs more, but... We're gonna try, like, 5 of them. Okay, no. Not on that. Because the Purifier Orb is not a unit. Though it kind of acts like one, I guess. Try a bunker. It's gonna work on the bunker.
In the rear with the gear. What's going on?
I mean, it'll also work on the units in the bunker, but... Now, is that enough splash? Somehow only a couple of them hit. I don't know if they're like... Why is it that only like 2 or 3 hit? Like, I'm trying to get as close as possible to the bunker. They might exist in the location where they loaded. Let's test that. You sure about that? So I put them in the very front, right? Like... Nope. Think like... Huh. Gonna surround it again. It's just gonna kill the bunker. They took some damage. There's definitely a spot. Also, obviously, this should not work at all. What other weird edge cases? Was an Adept Shade considered a unit?
Your command.
Orders. It will be.
Yes, executive.
Go.
We serve with pride.
It doesn't have HP. It can't be killed. Ah, yes. Let's just test inside of your own Nidus. Don't worry about whose creep it is. Wait, I need ground units to put in it. The zealots are going in my Nidus. Does that work? Yep. Don't worry about it.
You sure about that?
I think the Nidus is too thick.
My meditation.
Can't kill interceptors in a carrier. Okay, so how do I keep the carrier? Oh, I guess it's a changeling, so you can... It is kind of convenient, and...
Yours to command.
Are the carriers actually, like, in the interceptor when they are? Don't want to... How much HP does an interceptor have? Actually, you can't see it here. It's like 40-40 or something, right? So this should be enough to kill interceptors, but not the carrier.
Out with it. Sounds like a...
What interceptors? Yikes. Changelings are the new best Zerg unit, because all the other ones suck. We know that. Can it one-shot Archons? It does damage to shields. It does, like, regular damage. So, for some reason. Can it kill broodlings next to the brood lord? I have no idea how much HP they have.
Orders. Engaging. Give me the sit rep.
My babies. It does. I mean, they recharge pretty quick, but yikes. Can it kill Swarm Host Locust? Like, somehow remove them from being able to be used? Now that would be... I think this is narrowing down the issue at least, but Locusts don't have that much HP, but that doesn't seem right. Obviously, it could kill them if... I don't think... No, I still have the Locust spawn, because they don't exist until you spew them out.
Let us proceed. Your demands.
Wait, what if both sides have changelings? Okay, now we're thinking. Let's mix the chain. Will the chain go to the enemy changelings?
We are ready.
Does not discriminate. Oof. Let's see if he's in a lifted command center. I'd imagine yes. It's the same thing as like all the other loading up. Yeah, the chain seems to be just, it has them do damage. Which I really hope that no one thought about it at all because of the obvious implications of doing... Now, what I think is probably the case, and I have no actual technical knowledge besides being exposed to like custom games and stuff, is when they explode, they're supposed to do damage to changelings and have like a bonus to it. Not everything, but it's not working right. It's doing damage to everything. Like it should be doing a changeling of damage in a radius, and instead it's doing 2 changelings. Now it's doing a changeling of damage in a radius to everything. Which it ain't right. That's pretty rough. Though the practicality is still very poor, but hilarious. Does it deal more or less damage depending on if it's a marine or a zealot? Like, that wouldn't make any sense. That would be completely confusing. Let's try it. Okay, so this Swarmos has 160 HP. Just... broodlings! So, it did... Oh, it regenerated. Maybe I shouldn't be using... Changelings always have 5 HP, though. Oh, no, it regen. Yeah. Using a Zerg unit was the worst option. I think it's 10 either way. Just Changelings always have the same stats. It's just their look. But... I mean, it could be a situation like how the female ghosts didn't get the patch because of the skin.
Now what?
Our window is short. Harmonized.
Well, I love it. Let's keep it. All right. It's like the Cyclone lock-on cooldown. Let's just leave it and see. That's my opinion. All right. Just, you know, test it out. Let the meta settle. Like when we had Cyclones lock on for 30% faster for 6 months. I don't think you can put changelings in the nightest. No. Changelings can only walk around. Well, they should only be able to walk around. Oh no, some are gonna die. Wait, what? They didn't do damage when they died. They only did none of those. They were standing right next to the ghost and it did nothing. So it's only when they're killed? Well, now that's even more confusing. Banelings don't deal friendly fire, so it shouldn't. Yeah, but changelings shouldn't deal friendly fire either.
Not enough energy.
Orders. Your orders. Yours. Na Adan Atu. Ula Sadan. Enton Asadan.
Should changelings be detectable? They are detectable. And this is a serious attempt at nerfing them because, well, it'll make people go back to 1 or 2 changelings instead of 25. Can they do damage if they get lifted by a phoenix? That's another one? Like, if they get lifted by a phoenix, but not attacked, and then... Here's the thing. They don't do damage when they die, only when they're attacked. So, I guess you could attack them with your own units. You bring 1 Ling to trigger all the changelings, but... So, if you just leave them, or don't notice, it doesn't actually do anything. This is not a realistic scenario. It doesn't matter. Ah! Wait, I should have tested with only ones in the air. Like, only the ones in the air. They're all lifted. Which is kind of weird, you can... Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we're gonna say... You stand right next to it. Somebody with full shields. No. My micro is my strongest. Yep.
On the way, warp field online. I will complete.
Yeah, we already know they hit air. Like,
Not enough energy.
like enjoy.
Not enough energy.
Engaging.
Is there a medevac? Oh.
Ready for pickup?
Yeah, that's not great. I mean, I love it. But clearly...
Well, time for battle. I stalk through the stars.
Will they still do damage if you hit with a Raven ability? Was that fixed? The anti-armor missile allowing you to do damage with hallucinations?
Go ahead.
I forget if we cared because it's such a niche.
State your request. Order accepted. Job confirmed. Awaiting orders.
I want to test if that's the case again. Can we get a unit that we'll get a fight? Terran units are the easiest. They don't have natural regen, thus making them more skill-based, obviously.
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
We begin anew.
Alright, can you anti-armor missile your own units? You can.
Ready for service. I am down.
It's fixed. Okay, now, next, changeling damage. So it's been doing 10. Can I have something that attacks the ground?
We serve with pride.
Let me, wait.
Give us your
Orders.
Why did it run away? It didn't get damaged. It took 10 damage, so no bonus on anti-armor. So, yeah, Terrans, if you want to figure out where the changelings are, just anti-armor missile your own units. Easy peasy. They'll run away. That's my recommendation. Terran should anti-armor missile their own units more often. That's what I think. Let's see if I'm on hold position if they still run away. Nope.
Najakar Mina.
Transformation systems primed. You ready for war? Come again. Solo operative, right?
Now, we're just trying the ghost snipe.
Our window is
It doesn't get interrupted by damage anymore. But it does get... We already tested abduct.
Let us begin.
Okay, let me set up this timing. Okay. I lined up another one and interrupted. I was wondering if it would go off even in stasis.
Seek guidance.
Give me this.
The threads of fate lie bare.
Go. Deploying. Out with it.
But most of the movement stuff, things you think would stun it, do still work.
Solo operative, right?
And I do like the new animation for seeing when things get EMP'd, which is nice. It's already too late for you when that happens, but...
You sure about that? Confirmed. Sounds like a plan. Give me the sit rep.
Yeah, we already know that you can't abduct siege tanks despite the patch. What else?
Out with it. Come again.
Oh, wait.
Go.
Wait, force fields have 15 HP according to the editor. Oh, that should be enough, right?
Orders.
An omen.
Yeah.
I see. Nazutai. We interpret. The stars align. It is destined. Extrapolating strings. Our fates are one.
What else? You cancel snipe with force field? You shouldn't be able to. Unless it pushes them out of range.
Out with it.
Why am I doing this?
You sure about that?
Like, the only way would be pushing out of... Yeah.
Solo operative, right? Okay. Come again. Out with it.
Nuke is a 100 HP unit.
What's going on?
What?
Huh? I'm going.
Wait, I have to build it even in the... We just... We're waiting. So...
An Eridine Rashagal.
Engaging. Engaging. Engaging.
Nuclear missile ready.
It has one nuke loaded. It did not deny it. We're gonna go with more. But it may be too thick. Like the nuke might... What? Never mind. That was enough. It's just some of them didn't hit. It's just a quirk of the hitboxes, I guess. It works. Yeah, so in case you want to deny nukes, why contaminate when you could send 25 changelings to destroy the nuke inside of the silo? Unfortunately, there's no big dramatic outcome, but... Oof.
Scanning battlefield conditions.
You destroy the nuke while it's flying in the air. I'm pretty sure that the nuke is out of this. Like, you can start... The moment you launch it out of the silo, you can build a new one. Oh yeah, we gotta test if Storm has the right number. Because we've gone through several iterations and Storm has not done the right amount. Do I have Storm? I got Storm. So, a Ghost has exactly 100 HP. Which means a Storm should kill it. Because Storm... Well, it says 110, but it should be 100. Just... Looks like it's almost exactly 100. Where's that Viking for testing? If not exact.
Our minds are as one.
So it should be at 35 HP. Alright, it works. So let me show you why it feels like sometimes you take more damage. Let's see if this still works, actually. I'm not 100%. So every time you go in and out of the storm, you take another tick of damage. So if you're right on the edge, and then... Still better to micro away. Honestly, I'm not sure if that behavior still continues.
We seek
Transformation systems primed. Very well.
It looks like that's outdated info.
Agreed. Inbound.
I'm lying to you. Gonna try one more, because I don't think I actually went out of the radius.
Fight or flight. Yeah, right.
we shall stand against the
Let's get into the fight. Yes, indeed. No one lives forever. Certainly.
Still better to run away.
Ready for
And I'm pretty
war.
sure it's not doing the double ticks.
Battle.
So
Victory.
we'll stop
Let's
lying to
get into
people.
the fight. All
So that works.
Anan Bokon. I stalk through the stars. We are focused.
I'm on it. Come with me. Out with
Didn't work on the unborn locust, no.
Give me the
Make a refinery over a gas geyser and kill it with changelings. Wait, what?
in the rear with the gear.
Okay.
Huh? What's going on?
Not enough energy.
Hopefully that's enough.
Na Adan Aktu.
Refiners have 500 HP.
We stand as one.
Wait, I guess I could bring these two.
Not enough energy.
Wait, no.
Justice be done. Kentaro Tasuka.
Alright, it's a process.
Solo operative, right?
Command me. My meditation is over.
The guys are still there. Or you think he would kill the Vespine Geyser? I think it would kill the SCV, definitely. And you can't hold it in the refinery, so it'll come out and probably explode anyway, so...
Honor guides me. Ula Sadari. By your will.
I have a question. Why does the Reaper recover itself? Yeah, that's a good question. Because otherwise, you couldn't stick around and annoy people almost indefinitely. Or Terrans would struggle to scout. It's just how it is. So the disruptor fake attack does work, though it's a little odd that it's literally the distance of the purification nova instead of being like a certain range. Like if you A move, it'll now... What did I do? If there's something in purification, which feels like a weird implementation. I kind of get it, but... Like this is A clicking a disruptor.
With honor. It is known you demand. I comprehend. Vertably. Dara Nekasar.
How does the slurp work on the prism?
Light of the column.
Bad news?
Very well. Gotta go through so many steps to get dropper lords. I have to build a lair normally? Oh my god. It's very good at it.
Dropping off. Waiting on you. Here's your stop.
The medevacs, you still need to be in the same, like, pickup area. But it does magnetize. Like, it will, like, aggro them to it. I think there's definitely an argument that that's too much. The fact that...
Picking up, dropping off.
Well, you know who doesn't get to play with this very often? Because who is the by far the least likely to do dropship micro? Yeah, we saw Beyond using it on, like, the first week. Oh, I don't have Overlord speed. But yeah, get on in there. Should make Immortal Micro way easier? Kind of, because it doesn't discriminate. It always picks up the closest. Which, for Terran, usually it doesn't matter what you're picking up. But for Warp Prisms, usually you only have one. So, if you don't get kind of specific... I think we saw Print F doing it. Oh, wait. Yeah, not you. With the Colossus drop. Like, just juggling infinitely. Which, this is a soft nerf to every unit that has a projectile attack. Straight up. Because it's going to be somewhere between moderately and significantly harder. You still have to click on the unit in order to drop while moving. But it makes the picking up significantly easier. Without having to move your mouse again. Because before, what you would have to do is drop, pick up. I mean, you could also right-click on the unit, which is fine with a Colossus, not so fine with Marines. You can't right-click individually on, like, 8 Marines. But you can on a Colossus, which is how a lot of players would do it. But click on the wireframe. That's even easier. I've never clicked at, well, only for like very specific things do you click on the wireframe, like when you're doing like juggling certain units. Huh. Can just left click? Wait, what? I never knew that. Is that new or is that just me learning something? Oh wait, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. It's just it's weirding me out that it's a Colossus. All right, it's not something you usually. I knew that. I'm not dumb. I've done Cyclone drops. All right. Just the Colossus is not something I'm used to looking at in the box there.
Waiting on you. Making effort, dropping off.
Research complete.
This is another thing, like, I'm just a salty Zerg player, but the fact that all these toys, like, Zerg gets infestors that are slightly less shitty. And, worse overlords. And that's it. And, well, I guess Dropper Lord Micro, but let's be honest with ourselves here. I kind of like just clicking on the dropship because usually that's where your mouse is anyway when you're doing like movement. Put a little gap. So look, we've gone the other direction from what the criticism of the quick pickup is. Like for many years, I think the debate has died down, but especially when Clem really started showing it, like, should you be able to load all of your units instantaneously a quarter second before enemy units get to you? And it appears we've decided absolutely yes. And with ease.
Inbound.
No, Zerg can do it too. Now, overlords are probably not as useful for so many reasons. But technically, they can also do it. Wait, what? Where's my button? There's my button. All right. The thing is, Zerg drops are almost always... I'm sending these in because I can't run in that area, as opposed to I'm sending these in to pull units out of position. It will help, but rarely do you do a Zerg drop expecting those units to come home. I guess is the difference, right? Like, when you send units in a Dropper Lord, it's very likely, once they exit, they will not be getting, with the small exception of Queen drops, I guess. But, otherwise, it's a one-way trip for most of them. Like Hydraling Bane, especially Baneling, like Zergling drops. Lurker drops are still just, I'm trying to get in. Occasionally they'll get away, but usually the enemy has anti-air, so... It's just significantly less, it's just way less utility for Zerg. So it sounds like a bitch move to call it, just like a buff for Protoss and Terran against Zerg, but it is. It's a big buff, especially for the potato leaks, which, if that's what we want to do. It's a big buff to me. Like, you can slurp up so many ghosts so fast, you no longer have to panic when the banelings are there. Like, not like trying to box select everything and right click on the medevacs as they're running around. No, just one button.
Waiting on you.
No problem. Get in, bitches, we're leaving. I don't know. Can Dropper Lords keep pace? Not with, like, speed prisms. Like, come on. Are dropper lords faster than unboosted medevacs? No.
Will do, Command.
But it's closer until... See ya!
Let's go. Life. Inbound. ETA 1 minute. Ready. Now what?
Honestly, the effective speed of boosted medevacs might be kind of close. Let's do a race. I'm sure you could do math here, like a nerd. But, to the corner of the map, to the ends of the earth...
Picking up or dropping off?
And then the boost is on cooldown. And the warp prism speed past. So... Yeah, the medevacs over long distance, not as fast, but it's closer than I expected with the boost. Like...
Heading out.
I expected it to be like 50% further, but it was only like a screen.
Where's the emergency?
Meanwhile, the overlords are just looking around, wondering where everybody went. Alright, so these bugs need to be fixed. You can't... Right now, even though I'm literally going to cast and present it like a PTR game, I'm gonna have to bring this up. Because you cannot take any game you see on the PTR right now as an example of the changes. Not just because of silly changeling bullshit, but because, for example, literally every race, their supply is wrong. So, for Zerg, the overlords are way too slow. Unintentionally so, or so it seems. Which means they cannot scout correctly. Or really at all. Which has a lot of implications. Terran gets a free 2 supply with orbital commands, which means at the most important like build order part of the game, right in the beginning, right before the second depot, they get 2 extra supply before you even usually have units. So it's not a lot, but it's not a little. 2 supply out of 21 is kind of a big impact. Also, the Nexus provides 12 supply. It should be 13. That is probably a bigger nerf to Protoss than anything Warpgate related. Especially, like, this changes literally every single build order. So, until we get at least the right numbers for basic supply. Somehow every single race's supply is messed up. I don't know how it isn't released, it's PTR. Now, which means there was literally 0 testing of any of this. So that's on us, and now we've tested, and here's the results. The numbers are entirely wrong for the Overlord, the Orbital Command, and the Nexus. And that is a big deal, and invalidates most of the testing, because every single build order is affected by that. It isn't like a niche scenario like late game Ghosts, or even early game Ghosts. It is every single build. Every single game. I guess besides games you don't get an orbital command. That is the only scenario. Because it's literally the first... We're talking about the first 2 minutes of the game. Every single game is affected by these bugs. The Overlord not being able to scout or being way slower. The Orbital Command giving 2 free supply. The Nexus being 1 less. Like, every... I know I sound fucking annoying. But I cannot stress enough how every single game is wrong. A little? A lot? Hard to tell. But every single build, every single matchup, every single game is not what's in the patch notes. So we can't debate the patch notes until we're playing on them. And it's just the numbers. It isn't the design. It's the numbers are wrong. I need to stress this. The numbers are just wrong. They're just wrong. I don't... And my big concern that I've reiterated over and over and over and over and over again, and I will continue, is if we can't fix this in a week, if we can't fix the wrong numbers, very blatantly the wrong number, in a week, can we trust fixing the game after completely changing it? Yeah. Nexus being on the wrong supply is literally zero testing. The Overlord one is the only one that's like a little understandable, and only if somebody literally doesn't play Zerg ever. But apparently it's the number is correct, but if it was in StarCraft time. So the Overlord should be about 40% faster, if that's how I'm interpreting it there. Or some number. I don't know the exact number, but it should be significantly faster, if not as fast as it was. But because we didn't do the time zone conversion from StarCraft to real time, that's why it's so fucking slow. That is the one that takes a little bit of explaining. But the numbers literally line up, to my understanding, to be that. Yeah. The patch notes were wrong rather than the game state. Yeah, it's only the orbital, not the planetary. This is a key point. It's only the orbital, and they gain the supply the moment you press the button, because it becomes an orbital command in the game. It's no longer a command center. So, no, I think apparently the Overlord was reverted to the number. I don't know if Rhyme you have the numbers. It was reverted to the Wings of Liberty speed, without accounting for the fact that time moves slower now. So it moves like 0.7 units, but per second, except a second is literally longer. So that means it moves way slower than it should. I'm not being sarcastic. We used to do everything in StarCraft time, which was faster speed. Now we just converted it to real time, which is slower, even though everything was just converted to that time. It's a little confusing, but do Overlords give more supply when they morph like a command center? If only. The Zerg supply, unfortunately, does seem to be correct. Besides the changeling thing. Well, that is unrelated to supply entirely. It should be 0.82. Like, it was 0.9 before. Should test lair. I've been playing Zerg. Believe me, there's no free supply happening. So much supply block. It's... well, some more Overlords are just dying, but... 0.82. So right now it's... Oh, I have Overlord speed. Let's... Right?
You scared me.
Turn it off. What? I don't know. I can't turn it off. What if we reset everything? The whole board. The fuck? Alright, well... try the blue side? That's a good point. Yeah, 0.7. Which... how long do you think it takes? No, wait, we're gonna have a race. Here, introducing your contestants. We have... we have Brenda. We have... Floating Barracks. And...
What's going on?
No, that's it. Those are all the real slow things I can think of. Alright, everyone on your marks. Get set. Go! Oh, wait. New contestant. I like how this is... Somehow this was the one that did it for people. Like, when you compare it... So, to be fair, a flying barracks has always been faster than an overlord without speed. Just less so.
What's going on?
And then, of course, new challenger, Spine Crawler. And on your marks, get set, go. The race is on. We have the barracks off to an early lead. Now, there is no speed boost of any kind for anything. There's not going to be really any change from the very start, besides the Spine Crawler kind of getting in Brenda's way. Alright. It looks like the Spine Crawler, is it the same speed? No, the Spine Crawler is 1.4 versus 1.31. The barracks at 1.31 is technically as fast as the Queen. And we have our winner at a speedy, whatever, minute and a half. The Spine Crawler. And then closely followed with a dead heat between the barracks and the... Oh, you're still here? GG! Everybody finishes the race. Okay, new test. Can I go pull first, build a Spine Crawler, and walk it across the map before the Overlord gets there? Is Spine Crawler scouting off pull first a viable strat? I don't think the math is there quite enough, but... Are Spore Crawlers faster? Alright, the Overlord with it early. Also, the Overlord technically flies. Spore Crawlers are the same speed, right? You mean technically it flies? Yeah. We're just gonna send it, yeah, to the natural. Oh, it builds way quicker. That's a good point, but it's not very practical. Whereas a Spine Crawler is also impractical. But I'm gonna hedge my bets by building the spore. Does it build way quick? Yeah, it's 21 seconds. Okay, time. Bit of a head start for our hero. But I believe. And off we go. Sporty is on the run. Meanwhile, he's already has quite a head start. But here we go. The race is on. Of course, again, Sporty unable to fly, which is a significant concern, though technically has double the move speed of the Overlord. Fun fact. Quite literally, 0.7 versus 1.4. Come on, Sporty. You can do it. Come on now, put your back into it. Does it have a back? No, we didn't build a spine. We built a spore. They're closing in. on the finish dot. And now they are on the same screen without zooming out, which is just hilarious and also very sad. But it's gonna be close. Oh no. Sporty, the Overlord, it looks like by a surprisingly thin margin, and Overlord scouts about 10 to 15 seconds faster than building a spore crawler and walking it across the map. So, I'm just saying, Cyril, if you're watching, maybe consider some new options. So, it is now, not practically, but in terms of time, almost indistinguishable whether you scout with an Overlord or with an unburrowed spore crawler. What if you proxy out Chancellor and build the spore? We're doing too many steps. If you worker micro, the spore could be 2 to 3 seconds faster. Maybe on some maps the spore would win. I think the longer the race, the better for the spore, and the more straight shot. Yeah, if the map was like another 10 seconds longer, which... See, look how long. That Zealot, it kills the spore way faster than the Overlord, but the Overlord doesn't distract the Zealot at all, whereas the spore... The spore successfully distracted that Zealot. So, real value there. Alright, we're on the run. The Stalker is only slightly faster. So the very easy AI has a Stalker out with Warp Gate done. Well, so, I need to stress, every single game on the PTR is wrong, and should only be used for entertainment value. I would love to discuss the changes, unfortunately we can't play them. The unfun part is, the Overlord is far too slow, and it seems unintentionally so. The Orbital Command gives supply for no reason, and the Nexus has less. So... none of the builds are an example of how games should be on the public test realm. And it is very concerning that that is still the case a full week later. Like, these were figured out on day one. I didn't point them out as dramatically because I just assumed, like, we could adjust the numbers. Like, the obviously wrong numbers. Not, like, the idea of the changes. They literally just make the numbers right. We have not done that in a week. So... yes, the Nexus. Your literal starting Nexus, you should start with 13 supply. You start with 12. The Nexus provides 12. The patch notes say 13. It's just wrong. Like, from the very start. Can you finish Overlord speed before the Overlord scouts? You definitely could. I don't think you require a spawning pool for Overlord speed. You do require a spawning pool to not die to anything you scout, but like... The Overlord should be 0.82 speed. It's 0.7 because we reverted it without accounting for time difference. The Overlord should get there before your Zerglings when you go hatch first. Like I just... Let me make sure I'm not bullshitting. It's a real issue. Also, the reason we nerfed Overlord speed is because you're not supposed to drone scout.
행운을 빕니다.
The reason it's nerfed is because the cost of scouting with a worker for the other races, which they don't really do, Protoss does, but
광물
Terrans
대출은
are mixed bag, is higher if you have less workers.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Except, if it's too slow, then you still have to drone scout, so it's just a nerf then.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
I'm just doing the more greedy hatch first as well. Like, not hatch before Overlord.
광물 대출은 그건 안 돼요.
This is almost recklessly greedy.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
It would definitely be risky versus Terran. Maybe not as bad against Protoss, but it depends.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
So another key part of the Overlord being too slow is you need to make decisions before the pool finishes. Like, if they're expanding, well, maybe not if they're expanding, but you need to know if you're banking, especially in ZVZ, but you need to know if you're banking up larva, if you can go for 2 queens, occasionally building a spine, something like that. Like, so I was bullshitting. Hatch first, the lings do not get there before the OV. The lings are already building and coming out as the OV gets to the natural. Might be a little map dependent. With pool first, they definitely get there in time. But usually you'd see, like, for example, against Terran, you see the timing of their expand, and you know pretty much whether it's going to be Reaper expand, whether it's a command center first. You can't know that until after you've already made decisions about your build. So, also it's a hard nerf to looking for proxy racks and stuff like that, which, like, just being slower means you're less likely to find them. Also, another big one is scouting for cannon rush. You're just so slow that by the time you potentially scout for it, it's already happening. Like, because you're not at the wall until after you've already decided on your entire build. So it just needs to be 0.82, not the 0.9. It's way too slow. Do I need to put another barracks up there to... But I really hope, so what is it, Thursday? I hope by the end of the week we can get a pretty hot, at this point, lukewarm fix for things that are clearly wrong. This is not a small indie game, though it feels like it nowadays. Unfortunately, all my ranting about not trusting the patch to be adjusted or iterated on is starting to feel very, unfortunately, relevant. Which I was hoping it wasn't, but... well, we'll see. Hope for the best. And just know, I have a image on my Discord in the announcements. I'll probably link it in the StarCraft channel. That lists all the clear bugs that are literally things that are not in the patch notes. Like they are different from the patch notes verifiably. Not like design, like whether 8 workers are good. No, there are 8 workers. That works. Puns intended. But things that are clearly not there or wrong. In case that's relevant to anything you're doing. So, and for me to have a reference because I need to write it down. So, otherwise, hopefully you enjoyed this mixed bag and hopefully educational process, but I hope for the best. I am more tempered with my expectations, though. So thank you for watching. I hope it made your day a little bit better, one way or another. If you're on the YouTubes, be awesome to like and subscribe. If not, Winterstarcraft, Winter Gaming TV. Got plenty of options. You got 2 options, which is plenty. All right. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Good luck. Have fun. Stay tuned.